Let's bring that down. I didn't realise the mic was on already, but it's cool. Right. Hello. Welcome to another Southend of Sonic thingamajiggy. I'll see if anyone's on the chat. I guess not yet. Let's pause that. I just want to see the thing. I've just got the chat on my phone down here, so don't worry about that. Yeah, welcome to another Southend of Sonic. Last weekend, my fans are going absolutely mental again, but there's not much I can do about that. My laptop, ever since I installed Windows 10 on it, it doesn't seem to like doing anything without sounding like a hairdryer. But yeah, last time on Southend of Sonic, we rummaged through a bunch of boxes and stuff I had knocking around of Sonic merchandise. And today I am going to show you what I probably spent a majority of my childhood doing, and that's drawing him. Because, like, as much as I played the games and watched the cartoons and blah blah blah, I probably spent more time drawing Sonic the Hedgehog than anything else. Like, literally anything else. I was drawing Sonic comics for, well, let's just say from 1994, when I was about 6 or 7, till probably around 2001, like, in many cases daily, like every single day I was drawing comics, like, constantly. I did actually have issue numbers, and they went into like the 800s or maybe even the 900s, but I actually have a couple hundred missing. Basically, I've got a majority of my old childhood things. Hey there, King Europe. Oh, why am I looking there when I can look here? Have you still got the one that screams Sega out? Oh, no, he's upstairs. Sorry. I've just brought him down for now. Well, to start off, I'll just show you this one up here, this big poster. So, last time, when I mentioned about when I was in the Cubs and they brought in that massive tub of Sonic Boggles, this picture is quite significant because it was done on the same day. That's all I remember about it. And yeah, so I drew it, and then me and a bunch of my friends at Cubs all collaborated on colouring it up because it was a lot of pens and took quite a while. I think we spent a majority of our day in Cubs colouring this in. It's quite big. It's all folded up. So yeah, that's just a random little memory. But yeah, I'm going to try and roughly go through these in chronological order. I have a lot to go through. I've got stuff, as I say, I think I started drawing Sonic around 1994, something like that. And yeah, I'm basically going to go till around 2001. So basically up until the point where I got a computer and roughly around the point where I got the internet. Well, technically I got the internet in 99 when I got my Dreamcast. But yeah, so it's all mostly pre-internet stuff. It's all me as a little kid, and in some cases as a teenager. I've got a curly whirly. Sweet, my curly whirly. Nom. So yeah, I've got loads of folders. I've got all these old Sonic binders, which I guess count as Sonic merch. These old, pretty cool Mystic Cave Zone ones. And then I've always got these ones. I think that might even be the same artwork that's on the bed set, like the quilt and all that. But yeah, as you can see, they will have numbers on them. Sonic issues 500 to 525 and stuff like that. There's a lot. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pan this over. A week. I'm probably going to have to keep adjusting the lighting as the day goes on, but let's start with this one, I guess. I'll just move this mic gently, hopefully it don't cut off. There we go. Right, it's back. Okay, this mic has got the most sensitive wire of any microphone I have ever seen. So yeah, we'll start with this one. This is the earliest stuff I have. This is issues 1 to 39, and there's a few other ones in there. Basically, there's a big gap at one point through all the stuff I've got from '94 because basically I kept all my comics and all my drawings in a some kind of little suitcase looking thing. And when I was in primary school, one time I was around in the playground, and there's sort of there was a muddy ditch just outside the playground, and I accidentally dropped the suitcase full of drawings in the muddy ditch, and it actually had most of my earliest stuff in it, so I was really distraught. But luckily this stuff was all preserved because it was in this folder at home and not in that little suitcase thingy. So yeah, earliest Sonic drawing I have is this. Not really sure why he's collecting these. I presume they're supposed to be rings, but yeah, this is... Yeah, I'm going to say 1994. All this stuff on here, like the new, only 25p, first issue. I'm pretty sure I put all that stuff on there years later. Still when I was a kid, but... What have you been doing to that wire to make it so sensitive? I think it's just sensitive. So yeah, well, most of these very first ones are just kind of level designs. I really like to draw in levels, which is it's strange that I didn't really make that many fan games because I spent a lot of my childhood just drawing levels. As you can see, this one's almost entirely covered in spikes and just has bombs and some guys with guns, little stick men with guns. That's kind of all that is. One thing you'll have to bear with me with as well is for a majority of my childhood I was absolutely terrible at spelling. Almost nothing is spelled correctly. So I'm going to be kind of translating what is said on most of these comics because they are not very readable. But yeah, these ones are mostly just these are just levels because they're called all levels, I suppose. So there's a sort of weird attempt at a 3D Sonic here. I shouldn't really be taking the mick out of my old drawings because I was a little kid. I was 7 years old or maybe 6 when I drew these. But yeah, he's missing an arm. He only has one arm. This one's just mazes. Sonic CD. Around this time, I think was when I got Sonic CD and Omega CD, as you'll see soon, because most of these comics are Sonic CD focused. Look at these attempts at 3D depth. Look at that. Really. For some reason, all this early stuff of Sonic, I just drew him as essentially 3 triangles, just the ears and 1 spike on the top. And as you'll see in one of these, basically these are designed to kind of look like a magazine with all different areas. There's a maze, which doesn't make any sense. There's some maths. It's 26 plus 92, 32 plus 20, stuff like that. Oh yeah, and games to buy. Sonic CD, £12 and 30p. Oh, I wish you could have got it for that price. I wish you could get it for that price now. Yeah, one of these, it has a little, it has oh, this is some original character. I can't remember what his name was. Bobby just has stretchy arms. He kind of looks like Putty from Putty Squad, or just the game Putty. He's probably inspired by that. I don't know. Maybe I should just put this flat down. I think it should hopefully be sharp enough to have a look at. Super inflated head, huh? Yeah, I'll go through these ones pretty quickly because they're not super exciting. Most of them are just levels. That's an underwater level by the looks of it. It looks a little bit Alex Kidd actually. Like the layout on that one. Yeah, not terribly exciting. Oh, this one's Easter. Look at that. It's Easter. Yeah. Not terribly exciting. We'll move on. Yeah, right. Okay, so this is Easter Artins. And they've actually got names. I wonder if these were taken from Sonic the Comic. But look at this Sonic right here. This Sonic right here is so much better than all the other Sonics I've drawn in this comic. Because this one is copied from someone else's fan art in Sonic the Comic. And it just looks so much better than Mr. Triangle Face. Mr. just like Christmas tree head here. He's just getting pelted with, Robotnik's getting pelted with eggs. It's kind of hard to see, but there you go. I might have to put like a lamp on. Whee! Motorbikes. Again, motorbikes again. There's a bull hog. These are something. There's a few like original characters. They're weird. So, all the comics that I lost were basically like original comics. They weren't Sonic the Hedgehog related. Sonic the Conehead. And for some reason I had this series of comics that were just named after and vaguely resemble that old CITV show Zap. I think it was called Zap. But yeah, and there was like some weird blind guy with a stick that just falls and dies, and that's the comic. It's Knuckles. Yeah, we'll move on promptly. Oh, Bubble Bobble! Levels of Bubble Bobble. So this one's all Bubble Bobble. I think this must have been around the time I got Bubble Bobble on the Amiga or something, because I think that was the first place I played that, because this was long before I got the Saturn version, so... Look at that boss, he's freaky. But yeah, I must have really been into Bubble Bobble at the time. Yeah, as I say, I probably had it on Amiga. Is a Sonic hanging out with Bob and Bob. They're kind of weird looking, but you can vaguely tell it's them. Let's see what else. That's just Bubble Bobble levels again. Fighting some kind of... I don't know, but there's waves. I don't know what that is. More Bubble Bobble. Oh, I remember... I don't know why, but I have a specific memory of spending a long time on this one of the Bubble Bobble monsters in... I think it's Casino Night. But again, there's just like spikes everywhere. Yeah. This is just Bubble Bobble stuff. Tails has got a sword here. I wonder if that's a Sonic the Comics reference or whatever. And then we got this lovely, this beautiful recreation of the Sonic Spinball box art, where Sonic has no arms whatsoever. He just has no arms. He's totally armless. Yeah, Sap. That's the one. Oh, yeah. So they're starting to go into colour now, which is something. I've got coloured pencils now. Getting a bit more interesting. Some more maths. Sonic sums. I guess it's supposed to be suns. Making up some Banix there. So yeah, the Sonic CD influence starts coming in. A lot of these are very... what's that first zone called in Palm Tree Panic? They're very Palm Tree Panic inspired. And this one, I guess, is supposed to be like a magazine. So it's like all fake games. So there's a 101 Dalmatians game for the Mega Drive. There's... I guess that's just Sonic. A skiing game. A Tails game based on his story arc in the Sonic the Comic, where he lives in he goes to another dimension. That's where he came from. Like, or the Stone Runner thing, actually, where he had like the jacket and stuff. I think that's what that is. Okay, so this is the origin of a character I've been trying to develop recently. Well, I say recently, for many years. But he was just called Hey Dude at this point, and he threw tomatoes, and yeah, that's kind of all it was. There's a little bit of a crack ruin there. Yeah, I call him Dashinuki now, but now I'm starting to wonder, because someone recently told me that he kind of resembles a character from an old children's book. Maybe I read that children's book and just saw that and drew it. I don't know, but yeah, I have no idea. But that's where that character comes from. There's Pugsy. Remember that game? Pugsy, but it's got some weird language above it. I presume that's supposed to be Japanese. I don't know. I don't think I even knew what Japanese was at this point. I didn't even know what other languages were. So yeah, more Palm Tree Panic stuff. For some reason, the coloured pencils I used here, they were blue when I coloured them in, and then years later, it just sort of went grey. Not really sure why that is. Yeah, let us know if that music's a bit too loud. This is just puzzles and stuff. I always like this one because it's just that boss from Palm Tree Panic with like the little springs on his hands. And just Sonic with a pumpkin and there's some kind of freaky bat. We'll move on because we don't want to be spending too long on these because there's a lot to get through. There's Tails and Tasmanian Devil. So this one is like Sonic and his shoe collection, I guess, and there's the Disney Channel logo and a really creepy, spiky Mickey Mouse up here. Can't really make it out, but he's there. No, it's just more levels. They're not very interesting compared to some of the stuff we've got to show later. Oh look, Red Sonic. It's got Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God Sonic. I always thought that was kind of neat. Don't know why. Just swirly loops. Yeah. The comics are so like small. I used to draw really, really small, and some of it you can barely even make out because it's just so tiny. Whereas like a bonus sellotaped magazine here, which is just more mazes and stuff, but it's just stuck with some very old sellotape that's gone a bit. I liked that picture. I was so pleased with that picture. I did it again. This one came with a free bookmark. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, none of this stuff's terribly exciting. There's Tails helping out a chick. I think my sister may have drawn the birds on this one, because sometimes me and my sister would collaborate on stuff. You'll see some more of that a bit later. That's just more levels. This one's really weird. It's clearly Sonic CD inspired again, because it's got like the Freedom Planet, was it called? No, I'm thinking of something else entirely. I'm thinking of a game. The Planet from Sonic CD, that. And there's just like this freaky giant Robotnik in sort of Mickey Mouse get up. I kind of want to try and recreate that. I don't know why. Yeah, moving on. There's Knuckles and Silver Sonic. Sonic's gone red. Maybe that was supposed to be Sonic and then I changed it to Knuckles. That is definitely Sonic CD inspired. That's Collision Chaos. All the springs at the bottom. I was playing a lot of Sonic CD at the time. Level 150. I've made 150 levels. Look at that boss. How's that for a final boss? Just Robotnik with a little head and flamethrower and another little Robotnik here. I guess this is the ending, which is pretty similar to the other endings, but yeah. Oh, right. We've got to our first OC. Our first original character, Do Not Steal. This is Cobra in Sumanex? I don't know. He was called Cobra or Koba. Didn't last very long. Drew him a handful of times. He just kind of looks a bit like SBO, but I think this was before SBO existed. I think he's just a purple character. And there's these weird original characters again, including the blind guy that walks on an elephant and then gets thrown and dies. Like, haha, that's funny. Good one, Tizix, whatever your name is. Lemons! I must have got Lemons around this time. I think I had it on Mega Drive. I don't think I actually had... I think I had a demo of Lemons 2 on the Amiga, but I don't think I actually had Lemons on the Amiga, or maybe I did. I can't remember. There's that guy again. Cobra. His name changes spelling every time. So there's some Lemons. That's basically just a comic about one of the levels by the looks of it. And we're just like, oh, dig here, okay. Right. This one's alright. This one's got all different Sonic 1 and 2 Banics on it, which is pretty neat. Again, not 100% sure, but I think my sister may have done some of these. Because some of those don't look like my drawing. Oh, this is just these weird sap characters again. These comics make no bloody sense. This one, there's like a golden puppy and he just eats it and turns gold. That's the comic. This one, lemons appear and all start exploding. Let's move on. Sonic's doing his comic today. He's drawing it himself. So this is his own issue. I'm not even going to try and read all this. Something about buzz bombers and flashes. There's the day he met original character Do Not Steal. Sonic's got yellow arms. Robotnik looks very peculiar there with his fluffy moustache. He's very sunburnt. Back to the start. Back to the Start off here? What? I don't know. Run to get loot, rings, hit the Bannock. Oh no, level 152 boss. Alright. I think that was a boss in Sonic 2 on the Master System. Mazes. Yeah, that's exciting. We'll move on because most of these are very just... This one I very clearly just used a ruler to draw everything. I think I was trying to be a bit experimental. Not really sure what happened there. Hey there, Shelf Gamer. Yes, Little Planet. I think that's the one. Maybe you should recreate that messy looking boss. Yeah, I might actually. Some of these robot designs could actually be recreated into something a bit more interesting. So yeah, definitely well into Bubble Bobble and Lemons at this point. I was clearly playing them quite a bit on the Amiga because I kept drawing them. I guess because they were drawn. Oh right, original character do not steal number 2 already. We're already getting through the original characters. So it's Tails versus Sails. See what I did there? I just swapped the letter. He's just a robot, Tails, and he turns really big, I guess, and has spikes and springs for hands. Yeah, he just turns into this mutant thing. I guess that's it. Oh, some of the dialogue here and the art is kind of hilarious. I was in Hilltop Zone, then I went in a pool. Want took me to Sonic CD, and I was killing Sails. Sonic's arm is just busted. It's like, what are you up to, Tails? Oh, I was killing Sails, and I fell into a pool that took me to Sonic CD because I'm not in Sonic CD outside of that one picture. There's Sonic hanging out with a real hedgehog that's also blue. So Sonic Rocket. Yeah, see, I keep drawing Sonic like this. I'm not really sure why. Like, it kind of looks like a bootleg. I was really hoping Sails would be a sailor. That would be more inventive, I have to say. There's Sonic hanging out with a real hedgehog again. And they're just kind of hiding up his butt, crawling out from his butt. Lemons again being a bit experimental with the Sonic there. He's like got loads of spikes. That's one of the first times I've drawn Knuckles, I think. It's not in these very often. Oh, these are Lemons levels, including one of Sonic, because of course. Yeah, that's all them ones I've got. And then I've got these just random ones that are from around the same year, I suppose. It's VE Day! Why not? A Sonic VE Day comic. This one's just got like a weird quiz in it. The Pant quiz? I could not spell anything whatsoever. What Sonic game was made in 1991? Was it A, Sonic 1, B, Sonic 300, or C, Sonic 40? Yeah, that'll be it. Was Tails played in Sonic Spinball? I think that says. So I presume that means, is he in Sonic Spinball? A, yes. B, yes and no. Or C, no. Yes and no. He was both in it and not in it. And it's just a poster with Sonic in a with a British flag because it's VE Day. I actually drew this on VE Day, if I remember rightly. I think this was around the time. That might be coming up later, actually. Yeah. So this is. Oh yeah, it's just like a little history of Sonic games. So you got games that don't exist, like Sonic's World, Sonic CD2, Sonic 3. No screenshots because I don't think it was out yet. Sonic 0 on the old PC. So apparently there's a prequel to Sonic 1 called Sonic 0 and it was on old computers. Yeah. In number 46, Sonic's World of Fant. I don't even know what that's even supposed to say. Yeah, this one is just basically a copy of a Sega Pro magazine. You know how I said I found that little Sega Pro patch I had? Well, here's basically a... Oh yeah, of course, original character, Cobra, whatever his name was. Of course he has his own game, and of course it gets 99%. Very good to play. I will give it 100%, says Tom. Skiing game, 91% apparently. Oh, it's not as good as EA Sports. Yeah. Sonic CD, 100. Going to the past. It's Mecha Sonic, Robotnik's New Panic. Good game. I will give this 200. I don't like the look of this game. Boo! Just showing off like diverse opinions there. You know, like someone that gives it 200% and someone that's like, no, I hate it. Oh, was that Dynamite Heady? Oh, sweet. So this must have been around the time I discovered Dynamite Heady. Apparently, I really got into this around this time. You'll see in later ones, there's quite a bit of Dynamite Heady. I think it was because the official Sega magazine did a big article about him. It just kind of runs out there. That's that. I think this one, I don't actually know when this one was made, but this might be the oldest one. Like, even older than the ones I just showed you. I don't know. I don't like Sonic. I just don't like him. That's his favourite. That's his infamous quote, isn't it? I don't like Sonic. Yeah, this one, it's a bit hard to make out anything. It's just all scribbly. Something's happening. There's a car. And Sonic's gone orange. I don't know. Fun and games, like the Mega Drive game. I think that was a Mega Drive game. Oh god, look at this Knuckles. Sonic has shrunk and he's dancing around amongst some Oxo cubes on that one. Again, it's very hard to make out. Look at this Knuckles. Look at that Knuckles. There's an even better one in here somewhere. And then today's body. One body every week. Here's Tails' body. His tails are coloured a bit wrong. Hand, legs, feet, head, tail. Yeah. This one's falling apart. I think most of the comics I lost were this kind of like this paper, I guess. It's Tails with a happy birthday thing. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Yeah. Christmas Tails. He's pulling the cracker. That's pretty good. Look at these skinny tails. Oh, here comes the bit. Yeah. Look at this Knuckles. I think it's supposed to be Knuckles. He's just like, why am I a reindeer? Oh boy. Look at this Knuckles. Look at this beautiful Knuckles. Today's poster. That's Knuckles. Fantastic. Yeah. I think this was made around Christmas. I don't know what year. I'm going to say this might be older than them other ones, but I don't know why this one's more colourful than them other ones. Oh look, it's got a data strip like early Sonic the Comics had. It's got a cool spot. Hot shots only. It's got my original address on it. It's got my old address on it. There's another lovely, lovely Knuckles. Yeah. I don't know what this one is. It's just a long level. It's just a long level. This one is the intro to Sonic CD. You'll see if you can figure out what scene it is. Well, it's just the intro to Sonic CD where he's jumping off the cliff and then running up the chain. That's basically what that is. It's got weird nose there. Very strange looking Sonics in these comics. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Sonic Gladiators! It's not focusing. Yeah, there you go. So I was watching a lot of Gladiators at the time, so of course I made a comic where Sonic characters... This one's just got a sticker in it! It's got an old Gladiator sticker in it. And I think I actually drew over the sticker. No, you can't really see it anymore. So it was just like, oh, this is Sonic. This is Knuckles maybe. Or the Grounder robot that's been kicked in the head by Knuckles there. And I like how Knuckles' uniform is just some arrows pointing at some Knuckles, because that's what his name means. And Tails is just a picture of his tails. That's great. In the next issue, the romp. That was another one. Sonic Gladiators. Oh, they get better. There's more of this stuff. It's just basically what I watched on telly. Yeah. Yeah. The winners are Sonic and Tails, because of course. I'm trying to remember if this was a specific game in Gladiators where they had to like get rings in the, or like hoops in like the things. I can't really remember. In the next issue, Crystal Maze. I don't have that one, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't seem to have that one anymore. I think that's one of the ones I lost. But that's fine, because the next one is Funhouse. Speaking of old programs that were just on at the time. Funhouse. Oh yeah, it's like the racing game they did in it, where they collect the Z coins or whatever it is and put them in like the deposit thing, and it's like a lemon and a grounder doing that, and then they're doing the counting thing at the end. Oh, I haven't even introduced this character yet. It's another OC. Yeah, there he is. I don't know if this is the earliest drawing I have of him, but this is a character I had called Scissor Man. He was just a pair of scissors with arms and legs, basically. Yes, so these ones were drawn by my sister, and this was from when, I think I may have mentioned it on the last Southend of Sonic, but back when we were having an extension done at my house, so me and my sister ended up staying with my nan for about a month. And I think we did take the Mega Drive with us, and the games we played was mostly Sonic 2 and Dynamite Headdy, and then we collaborated on this Sonic meets Dynamite Headdy comic. I'm not sure how easy this is going to be to see, but yeah, it's a bit hard to make out. But this one was drawn by my sister. Sonic meets Headdy, I think these are out of order, but yeah. But Dynamite Headdy, that's well cute. Sonic meets Dynamite Headdy. You can see her writing was considerably better. You can actually read this. You can help me kill Robotnik. Really? How do you kill things like this? Like, yeah. Yes. And then, oh look, it's the level that I always got stuck on in Dynamite Headdy, where you have to climb the tower while avoiding Trouble Brune, or whatever his name was. And I think that's like that. I think it might even be that boss specifically, or it might be Terminate Her 2, the level called Terminate Her 2. But yeah, I like this key Master of Unlocking going on. I had another one of these, but I don't know what's happened to it. But basically, the conclusion of this story was my sister wrote the ending. It's basically everyone just becomes all peaceful and they all just live in peace, and that was it. And I was like, oh, that's lame. Where's the big fight? You made it all sissy. I can see Sonic taking down Wolf. Bigger fights. Oh yeah, there's the boss from Dynamite Headdy again. Terminate Her 2 or whatever it was called. Yeah. Another day in Spikefoot Zone. You know, the zone where there's just things with spiky feet. Bonus ring. This scene is just taken straight out of a Sonic the comic issue, but instead of the Chaotix coming out, it's original characters like Scissor Man. Sonic's getting decked in the Mars bar. There you go. I don't know why I coloured him in green. I guess that was the only pen we had round my nan's. I don't know. But these are all drawn on my nan's around that month, I think. You're not going to kill these four. I'm Sonic. I like you. It's you, Sonic. Stop. He's my pal. Yeah. Alright. So one of them's like a handbag, and the other one's just like a tea. And then this happens. This picture is nightmare fuel. It's actually horrific. It's giving me Sonic Spinball vibes. Just It's good that Sonic gave me lots of fat food. It gives me power. There must have been a comic that I'm missing here where Sonic overfed Robotnik at some point. I don't know, but yeah. I don't know how well this is focusing on stuff. I basically haven't put it on autofocus because it was flickering all over the place when I tried that. But this is just nonsense. This is just utter scribble. But I can see Sonic going on a Master Emerald and going super, and then just scribbles at the end. There's more lemons. More of that blind character. Oh, this one's great. 1995 has more of Sonic. This must have been late 94 then. He's back to save Tails from Robotnik by Aaron. Oh, this one's pretty good. Robotnik, 1984 to 1995, so it was only 11 years old. I had no frame of judgment for what time was other than my own age, which was 86. So yeah, as you can see, there's a fist punching at it, and it's like made of iron, and all the bandits are crying, and then he's just been buried alive. And he's saying, "I hate that hedgehog. I got it right this time." He's been buried alive with some bones. What's this one? Bandit battle. Just some more weirdness. That's that. Yeah, these ones are so crude and old that they're kind of hard to really describe compared to some of the later stuff, which I'll be able to elaborate a bit more on. These are just kind of scribbles, really. This one's like Emerald Hill, I guess, and Robotnik's in a little vehicle, wheels, and there's lots of bandits, including these guys that are not really coconuts, but they're throwing spiky balls. Oh, this one's got Cool Spot on the cover. Cool Spot. It must be Christmas of, I'm going to say either 95 or 94. And there's Cool Spot. Obviously I have Cool Spot at the time as well, because I definitely had that at some point. We ended up getting a lot of mascot platformers, as a lot of kids did, but I think my favourite one at the time, and still is, was Dynamite Heady, and I got into Rystar at some point. Oh, this one's got a load of Fantasy Zone in it, which is weird, because I never actually played a Final Fantasy Zone game as a kid. I just saw it in magazines and was like, oh look, it's this guy. I didn't even know what his name was. I think I just called him Fantasy Man because I didn't know he was called Oba Oba. And this is just where lemons go, apparently. He's flying over some lemons. Pac-Man. Oh, look at that Earthworm Jim. You see him? He's like a banana. Earthworm Jim. 7-Up Man. And that mascot from that arcade smash hits game, that, I can't remember, some random Mega Drive game. Yeah, he shows up a lot for some reason. He was in a magazine. I didn't own the game. So we're back to Fantasy Zone, and there's a Mega Drive. Like, biggest Mega Drive in Fantasy Zone. Me and Sonic meet inside. We meet inside the Mega Drive. And the Lemons. It took 25 years to make. This giant Mega Drive took 25 years to make. And oh, coming soon, Bubba and Sticks. I think I just had random magazines and I just drew whatever characters were in them, and if I drew them a lot, then that's usually a sign that I wanted the game. But a lot of the games I didn't get, because I think we only had a handful of games a year, but at least one of them was Dynamite Heady, I suppose. This one's got Saul in it. This is the most common misspelling ever. Pant 1. This happens a lot. Well, that's Zool. I think I had that on Amiga. Oh, what's this say? Sonic CD. It's been quite some time since Sonic last confronted Robotnik, and since this is just taken from the manual. I think I was actually trying to teach myself to write better. You know, that's homework. Yeah, this is actually all written correctly. I think I just copied this from the Sonic CD manual. Yeah, judging by how good that writing is, that's definitely what that is. Oh, there's Cobra again. How long have we been going already? 40 minutes. Oh boy, we've got a lot to get through. I'm going to get through this a bit quicker than I've been doing it, because there's the Smash Hits thing comes up a lot. From the past, Pac-Man from 1974, Sonic Zero from 1983. The Mega Drive is apparently from 1979. What? Yeah, that's not how that works. Yep. We'll move on. I think there's a bit of Mario in this one. I did play a bit of Mario as a kid. A friend of mine did have a Super Nintendo, so I played a lot of Mario All-Stars and Mario World, and a bit of Donkey Kong Country. So there's Mario. Yeah, this must have been around that time, because this was like when I was actually actively playing Mario games around my mate's house, so Mario starts appearing in comics, I suppose. Yeah. Let's move on. It's Scissor Man and Pac-Man. It's just in his hands. Yeah, it's just another comic with... Is that supposed to be Bowser? Focus. Focus on the Bowser. Can you see it? That was my first... Pac-Man in a car. I don't know what a Foxo Danier is, because it was some... Tall Knuckles. Tall Knuckles. We'll move on. There's 7-Up Man. Super Fantasy Zone. Yeah, I must have... I drew a lot of Opa Opa considering I didn't even play it at the time. And eventually you'll see for some reason I started doing comics where he was like a tramp or something. It was really bizarre, like he was like a really scummy character for some reason. Everyone hated him. I don't know why, because I hadn't even played it. It's like, oh, do you remember my old game, Fancy Show? It's like rubbish. It's like, I haven't even played it. Guess who? It's Opa Opa. That's that one. Let's oh, hey there, cool cat. We are going through some random... Ooh, I'll just turn around again. We're going through some random old comics of mine and old artwork. Let me see what else I should grab. There's a lot of stuff missing from like 94 and 5 because, as I say, I lost it. Oh, this is cool though. This was knitted for me. This was stitched for me by someone I knew back in the day. Basically, this was a relative of mine. She asked me, oh, what does Sonic look like? Like, what, you know, just give me a little doodle what he looks like. So I just drew a really crude doodle. I don't know what year this was from. And then she went and made this little knitted thing of it. And I was like, oh, I wish I drew a better Sonic now. Because this could have been better, but it's still cool. I still love it. Like a little birthday present. It's gotten a little bit knackered. Let's move this back down again. A wig, squeak, squeak. Let's try and line that up. Let's move that out of the way. See what's in here. It's just, I don't even know what's in this one. Oh, see now these Sonics look a bit more like actual Sonic, which is nice. They're probably just copied. Oh, look, anthropomorphic Sega consoles. I did it before the random mangas and Power Rangers. Oh, Power Systems. Oh, that's what it is. So they're like Power Rangers, but they're the Sega consoles. The Mega CDs like Knuckles. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't even looked in this one for a long time. This one's mostly like copied artwork, random Christmas stuff. I don't know what year this is from. I'm gonna say 95 would be my guess. Ah, yes. It's now the year 96. Oh, I guess this was like late 95 then. Some original characters, including this guy who eventually evolved into a character I'm actually working on now called Bomoink. He didn't used to be a pig, he was just like spiky foot mad monster. I guess. There's Pogman. I might actually have to do another stream about Pogs, because if I wasn't drawing Sonic, I was drawing Pogman. There's a lot of Pogman amongst my old drawings, including in here apparently. There's a Chubba Chub cap just glued in, sellotaped in here. I should probably move my chair around the other side so I'm not like doing this all at a funny angle. Let's move this about. There we go. This one's got a sticker of a Power Ranger character. Not sure why. Pogman. I can't read any of this. Every single letter has like a little accent on it for some reason. End of Pogman. Too bad. Sonic's in this book. This is all done on graph paper. Oh, this one's a lot later. It's like a later. I went through this phase of drawing really hairy, scruffy looking Sonics. Not a very long phase, but just a short phase where I was drawing like gritty Sonics, as you can imagine. Just some random stuff here. I don't know what's. Oh, these are just like Sonic comic copies by the looks of it. There's Cybernick, there's Decap Attack, and some levels. You'll see a lot. There's going to be there's nothing else in that. It's all blank. You'll see a lot of eyeballed Sonic the comic art. I don't know, this one's really terribly interesting. Tails tearing a man in half and just smiling about it, looking all psychotic. It's a bit freaky. Oh, Sonic appetite. I like eating Kit Kat and some juice. I don't know. It's just Sonic eating Kit Kat. Look at that. Oh, that's great. If only Ruben was here. Yeah, he might show up later. These are like Sega Saturn commercials. It's eye-popping. More than a need for a Saturn. Or did he win the lottery or something? It will make you go supersonic. It will knock you out. It will shoot you. The Sega Saturn will shoot you. I guess that's Virtual Cop. That's just like a boxing game or something. P.S. Look for the Saturn on the funny cartoons. I don't know. I was a little dumb child. A little dumb child. Oh yeah, there's another one of these gritty Sonic. You can't really make him out. But yeah, he's all hairy and gritty. I don't know what year these are from. They might be from like 96 or 7. This one's definitely 96 because it says it right on it. It's got Dynamite Heady, it's got Ristar, Fristar, whatever. It's got Zool. Oh yeah, all the best characters is in this one. ABC. A is for what? I don't know. I can barely read my old comics anymore. Sonic is apparently 11 years old according to this. Oh, look at this Zombie Sonic or Zobble Sonic. Who on Mobius is that? From the Missing Zone. Oh, that's definitely a comic thing. Oh. Okay, this one's like a flip up. There's some other weird doodles underneath it. That's quite nice. That's pleasant. That's quite pleasant. It's one of the more appealing ones. There's like a million rings in the sky, but I think some of these, because I've definitely got some of these that are drawn by friends of mine. That's just a trace. That's quite clearly a trace. This one's good. This is me doing a bit better. I'm starting to get a bit better. I don't know if that's eyeballed from something, but these definitely are. Yeah, there's a lot of Sonic the Comic copies here. Did a lot of that. Ugh, some kind of like booger character. Ugh. Like Sonic the Booger guy. Oh, yeah, this is by a friend of mine. Yeah. Oh, it was a character a friend of mine did. Oh, look. Sonic CD2. That's just the Sonic single, that Super Sonic that was playing at the start of the stream. It's just a recreation of the CD case, which I still have knocking around. Oh, this is neat. I used to like doing this as well, getting black paper and then using white pencil to draw like night scenes. So it's like midnight to midday. Oh, that's sweet. I've just decapitated this comic, it's just falling to pieces. Let's get that out of the way. This one's very polygonal Sonic. Is that Tales inspired from Tales Adventure? There probably was. I did have Tales Adventure as a kid. This one's by a friend of mine. I don't know what year these are from, but I've got a lot of drawings by my friends amongst this stuff as well. Like my school friends. Here's a big coloured Sonic poster. It's Silver Sonic. It kind of looks like Silver Sonic from Sonic 2 anyway. It's just weird stuff. Oh, this is another one by my sister. This one's quite funny just because of the reference on it. It ain't the same look again. I don't know. Oops. I don't know. I just remember this. It was just some random fashion program out of Telly. So this is just like fashion, Sonic fashion on the catwalk. No, not that sort of catwalk. This kind of catwalk. And then it's just like what's in and what's out. And it's got like Sonic in a Ben Sherman shirt, cream trousers, Nike trainers, JD Sports or any other sports shop. Is that Sally? No, it's clearly just the female tails. And then out, strange hat, Sonic the Dumbo. Oh, that was another original character. Kills you! The cigarette can lead to lung cancer, so don't do it. Ripped jeans, so 80s. And then there's Catty Cat. I don't know who that is. Reindeer hair. Really striped top. How old are you? And she's got drugs. Drugs are out. You heard it here. Drugs are out. That's just... Oh wow. Some art inspired by Sonic Extreme, Green Grove. That was in magazines, so yeah, just Sonic Extreme. Let's find some more. My throat is already dry and we've been doing this for almost an hour and we've barely got through anything. Got loads. Alright, so these are 95. For some reason they're like issues 450 something, so I don't know what happened to several hundred issues. I don't know if I just cheated and skipped a couple hundred, or if I really lost that many drawings. Art man. I love speed. Sonic on hard day. Might have to put another light on or something. See if we can get the light situation a bit better. Oh wow, Jelly Boy. As in that, I think it came out on Super Nintendo, but it was cancelled on a Mega Drive in the end. But again, just saw it in the magazine. There's Chuck Rock 2. Yeah, don't know how good the lighting on this is. You have to let me know if it gets a bit dull. Red Hot Sun is back. Most of these are just done out like magazines because that was mostly what I had. I either had Sonic the Comic or I had random Sega Pro magazines and New Machine Sega and stuff like that. There's Zool again. Drawn a lot of Zool. I think I had it mainly on Amiga. I think I had Zool 2 as well. The arcade review. The old games are back in an arcade machine. It costs as much as an arcade. Cost £200. Well, that's not as much as an arcade by any means. Sonic's Double. I think that is. The Lemon. Random Rabbit. Is that Batman? Probably. Sonic's 3rd birthday. I think. Winner 32X. I think it was more than 3 years at that point. Look at that 32X. Oh yeah. It certainly looks like 32X. Let's try and get through these a bit quicker. One thing I had a habit of doing is I was making these comics daily, and after a while, like, there would be a lot of these that just don't have any content inside them because I just didn't bother. Oh, this is good. Sonic at Peter Pan's Playground, aka Adventure Island, as in the theme park near my old town. So there's the Barracuda, which is a ride that's long gone, but it was the big thing there at the time. There's the Ferris wheel. Yeah, there we go, Barracuda. Spelt wrong, but get it. Robotnik's somehow got on the outside and he's been flipped all upside down and stuff. And he's putting bombs on the Ferris wheel. Oh no, a bomb. Haha. Big wheel. Oh yeah, and Freeway. And again, he's throwing bombs back. That's that. It's Sonic at Peter Pan's Playground. This one's based on those old pirate Sega commercials, which were also adapted into a. I think that's supposed to be the guy from Bottom, you know, Spud Gun, whatever the actor's name is. I think that's supposed to be him. And it's just like, oh, it's the 32X and the Sega CD, and Chaotix is out. I think that's supposed to be Espio, but yeah. Oh, here's Scissor Man and TV Man. Original characters, do not steal. I almost did a short film in college with this character, but I like redesigned him a bit. And he wasn't called Scissor Man anymore, he was just called Snip rather. Of course he can go super, because of course he can. Yeah, I might see if I can put a lamp on. I've got a lamp here, I'll see if that will put some light on the subject. Or it would just make things worse, because when I tried it earlier it just kind of made things worse. It looks a bit better. I'll tilt it a little bit. It's kind of glaring a bit, but we'll see. That's just original characters. Oh, so I had one in Peter Pan's Playground, and then we got this one that was like a water park we would go to monthly in, I think it was in Colchester. So that's basically what this is. And I have a specific memory related to this one. The fact that my parents saw me drawing this, and they started laughing at this, at this little detail there. And I was like, what are you laughing at? I didn't get what they were laughing at, but obviously now I know what they were tittering at. So yeah, this is just Robotnik in a swimsuit, and he gets his arse snipped by Scissor Man, and his bum is red. That's that. TV Man. So I was starting to experiment more with my own characters here. I really wanted to make a new character that's just like a CRT TV character, but then I noticed everyone's doing that now. There's so many OCs that are like that, including characters in games. I think there's a game called what's it called, Kunai on the Switch and on Steam, and it's basically a CRT character. Like, all the enemies are CRT enemies, so I guess that wouldn't work. This is the life of Robotnik's TV Bannock, and they go to bed and they've got little TV Man 1 and TV Man 2. Oh, isn't that nice? Yeah, I'll see if I can move this lamp a little bit. Try and get a bit of light on this. That looks a bit better. So this is all just Who's the new TV man? I'm gonna go see TV Man 3. This is the Sonic 3 eyeball. I don't know. The new Sonic. The new Sonic. It's just like a weird recolor of Sonic. Apparently it's like with the help of... Oh wow, Play Scheme. Oh god, that's the summer camp I went to. So this is somehow related to Play Scheme. I think, I don't have it anymore, but I want to say we actually did a massive poster and we all coloured it in, kind of like that poster I've got over there, of this just Sonic that's just weirdly coloured. I think that's what I spent summer camp, or yeah, like summer camp doing. And this was around the time Power Rangers came out, so there's a lot of Power Rangers. Because of course there is, and it's that Cobra. He's still just called Cobra, the name doesn't even make sense. I like how he's travelling around in that boss from Palm Tree Panic there, for no particular reason. The Mega Team. So yeah, I was doing these characters that are just like Sega consoles with arms and legs back then, I guess. They're playing Pogs! What was it with me and Pogs? I was obsessed with Pogs. Pogs coming soon to... something. I think I was really adamant that they should make a Mega Drive game about Pogs, but I'm not really sure how that would work. Funny world. It's starting to get... it's just levels. We'll move quicker. So this was like... You can see I'm getting a lot more experimental colours. This is like Robotnik sets the whole place on fire. Oh god, this one. We've got to get Green Hill back before the animals die. Ooh. This one is hilarious. I love this one. This is so awful. It's like Rambo Sonic. I put this one in the thumbnail because I just love it so much. Robotnik's decapitated head in the bottom corner. Sonic killed Robotnik with the gun. Robotnik's head. Yeah, this one's just weird. It's just like some kind of journal, and then Sonic's like, you forgot to not play with fire, Robotnik. Help me! And he's just on fire. And Sonic's throwing grenades. Yeah, and he just throws loads of grenades. I just think that was hilarious. I don't know what inspired that. I probably watched Rambo, like a child shouldn't, you know. Well, yeah, the lighting on this is a bit peculiar. I'm trying to find a good balance of not too glaring and, you know, actually viewable. That's a creature from Our Real Monsters, like when they like merged or something. It's just a really specific episode of that. I was obviously watching that at the time as well. So this is what, all the Sega consoles combined or something? I don't know. Oh yeah, so Red Hill Zone. So this is like Sonic trying to save the animals and like pour water on things. These are actually getting a bit more visible now because I'm using pens instead of pencils. And then the rain comes and puts it all... what happened here? That's just a right mess. You can tell I just drew these straight to pen and didn't ever do pencil. So Knuckles is helping out and his head's falling off. Oh, he's got no neck. I can't really read any of it. It's all purple text. Yeah. And then, as usual, with most of these stories, I'd have like this big climax planned, and then it just doesn't happen. I just didn't get around to it, and I just move on. Sonic with Pogs. There's more Pogs. Little sticker of Pogs. Sonic Pogs, because of course there were Sonic Pogs, but not many, and they weren't official Pog brand. Oh yeah, here we go. Pogs on the Game Gear. I wanted them to make a Pog game. Because why not? Sonic Goes to Fort Park. I don't think I've got a Fort Park one, which is weird because I did go to Fort Park once. Yeah. This is just Adam Casper. A comic about Casper because the film came out and I really liked it. I think I went to see it in the cinema maybe twice. Oh, is this more Power Rangers and Cobra, whatever his name is. Looks like he's going to be a roast Cobra. I think that's what that says. See, this one I did actually start drawing the climax battle, like the big battle. And it's like swooshing around the big robot. And then he gets caught in his hands. So it's starting to get a bit more imaginative. And then like the big fight, part 2. just didn't bother. I couldn't finish comics. This is a running occurrence with these comics, is I never finish them. Oh god, this one's strange. This one is like the story of Sonic making up with Mario. The story of when the war of Sonic and Mario. It's something to do with like how the unofficial Sega magazines always had fan art of Sonic brutally murdering Mario, and then in the Nintendo magazines it was the other way around. There was always like Sonic running Mario over with a steamroller, and this is kind of like a sort of like a response to that. So like Sonic's got like a steamroller and he's like, oh no, what am I doing? And Mario's on the floor like, oh dear. And again, I didn't finish it, but basically this was me being like, they made up, they shake hands, they're gonna go to the Olympics together. Well, maybe not so much the Olympics part. This character. Big Mouth. She was based on someone I knew. I think a teacher or something. I think she might have been based on a teacher. Just a big, ugly, big. She kind of looks like one of the big heads from Rocko's Modern Life as well. So maybe that was also an inspiration. But there's blood in this one. Oh, because she had like mutant Sonic characters as like sidekicks, I guess. It's just some levels. These level ones are never terribly interesting. They're just levels. Sonic in some kind of car. I think that was a Tomy toy that I had. Like, I've shown you all them Tomy toys last week. But one of the ones I don't have anymore is just like a little remote control car. It's like a little purple car with Sonic stickers on it. And I think that's what that's based on. Yeah. Scissor Man again, but like redesigned, I guess. It's got pockets now. Yeah. Ooh, issue 500's on its way. We're getting to issue 500. That one's by a friend of mine, I think. Oh, look at that Fector. Look at that Fector the crocodile. He looks great. At least SBO looks a bit more like SBO. It's just weird creatures. There's Bug. I didn't even have a Saturn yet. So again, this would just be, I saw magazine scans of Bug and was like, I'm going to draw Bug. And I'm going to give him a sidekick called Flea, or Fine, or something. This one's got Chuck Rock on it, it's got Opa Opa on it, it's got James Ponds. I think that's one of the only times I ever drew James Ponds, despite how much I loved that game back then. There's Putty, it's Dynamite Heady, it's Bug. What is that Mega Drive game called? There was a magazine that had this game in it. I think it was called like Mega Twins or something. Oh yeah, it's me. Yeah, I did spell Mario wrong, didn't I? I can't remember what the game's called. I think it's like Mega Twins or something. It was in a magazine and I drew them here, but then it never came out in the UK. It was like a Genesis only release, something like that. Let's move on. That's fine. Numbers 500 onwards. The top 500. Oh, this one's got something really cool in it. It's a holographic sticker from one of the Adventures of Sonic comics. And I just stuck it in here at the time. How cool is that? A video with attitude. So that's just kind of preserved in this folder. I can't take it out of there because I'll obviously ruin it. So there, now we're getting into issues 500 onwards. I'll try and take a break from the comics in a bit and move on to other story related things. Yeah. This one. TV Boy was a thing that was in the Argus catalogue and I just drew it. And I was like, oh, I want a TV Boy, but then it turned out it was a load of rubbish anyway. There was a video on YouTube somewhere about it recently. It's Bug in Saturn. Look at that Saturn logo. That's a good attempt at the Saturn logo. Some more Fantasy Zone comics, which again are based on absolutely zero knowledge of what that game is. Where's Wally? Where's Wally? Yeah, that Saturn logo is amazing. It's just an S around the planet. It's not hard, but there it is. It looks more like a 3. It's Fantasy Man, the protagonist of Fantasy Zone. I drew all this stuff of him and I never played it. I didn't play it until way later, like when I was at least in my teens. I don't even know where I played it first actually. It might have even been on Saturn. More of that TV Boy thing. This was like an old... Oh, God. They were like these Dance Mania album compilations, and they always had these funny little goofy mascots that I quite liked. It was just like all like the Prodigy and stuff like that. I think that's maybe where some of my love for that kind of music came from. Was just like the commercials for it. Like, and they had like these goofy characters, and I just liked them. Some more Fantasy Zone. And Cool Spot Goes to Hollywood. That's obviously just based on screenshots of that game, which I eventually got on the Saturn, I believe. Fantasy Zone hits the 32X, and now it's first person. And he brutally decapitates when he dies. Some Sega, yeah, like Sega consoles, if they were characters. So the Game Gear is Opa Opa. Well, Saturn is Bug, unfortunately. Tails is also a Game Gear, I guess. Unless he's a, he might be a Nomad. I don't know. More Pogs. Something about Pogs. Yeah, that's. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a pog of Robotnik's arse. Oh yeah. Look at that big cheeks. Great. Some of these I haven't looked at for absolutely ages. I'm just getting my hands in the way. But there's a lot of Fantasy Zone in these things. I'm surprised I never ended up getting like Super Fantasy Zone for the Mega Drive or anything like that. This is a rather unfortunate character. I think he's like a finger man or something. And he's just like a Sonic character that's a finger and his face is on the fingernail. It's not good. Yeah, he's just a finger man. Finger man. All my characters are just blank man. More Pogs that haven't been drawn in and they're too tiny. The Robotnik review. Oh, okay, he's 40 years old now. He's not 11. Business none, Bannock seen all because he made them. Oh, look at this! Will they have a Sonic 4? See Sonic in 95-6. Oh, look, teasers for Sonic 4. There might be some more Sonic 4 later. This one's drawn by a friend of mine. This is a school friend's one. And sometimes I was like, hey, can you draw this issue? So this is one a friend made. A friend of mine made. It's a cool spot with some bombs, and he kind of also looks like he's flipping off, and he's bleeding blood. My anus is bleeding. Yeah, it's a Sega Saturn. I was kind of hyped for the Saturn, but at the same time, I didn't really want one. I just wanted them to keep making Mega Drive games. Some kind of multicolored Sonic. Spot again. Oh wow. Okay, this is pretty cringe. Again, it's like the Dance Mania thing, but this is I don't know if it's based on the cover to the CD or anything, but it's a Boombastic by Shaggy. I was obsessed with this song when I was little. I loved this friggin' song. I didn't understand it, but I just thought it was so silly. And we got like a scruffy Sonic with a cigarette and another cigarette. Oh, I love it. There's a bit of graffiti. It's just like Mr. Boombastic. I think I had it on a tape or something. I just thought it was hilarious. I'm getting a bit better with the Saturn logo. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. A Tomato Gang. Pretty sure there was an Amiga game called that, but it's not based on that. Let's see what we got. It's the Power Rangers again. Pizza Hut. New hot pizza for £9.99. £9.99p. More Power Rangers. More Power Rangers. I was into Power Rangers for about 5 minutes and then I got bored. I remember having Power Rangers Pogs that came from Burger King. That's about all my memories of Power Rangers, because I never had any of the toys, because I think I was already bored of it by the time Christmas came along, so I didn't even have any Power Rangers toys. So I did this thing that was like called Character Storm, and it's just like top 3 original characters. That happened a lot. Egyptian Sonic, Mummy Sonic, Roman Sonic. I'm just going to ignore the spelling because nothing is spelled correctly. Absolutely nothing. There's a cool Spot, and his original character who kind of looks like a Balls character. think this one has anything in it. Oh, it does. Yeah. Is that? I don't know. Some weird OCs. Oh god. This one's quite funny because it's Scissor Man meets Take That. And Robin Williams looks like Beavis. He actually looks like Beavis. I think that's supposed to be Robin Williams anyway. Oh, and I drew it again here, but it looks even worse because I drew it twice. Obviously the second time it looked considerably worse. Oh, that's great. Just Take That, just for no particular reason. They're not even inside the comic, but there's Pogman again. A Pogman review. Badnick scene, none. Yeah. Right, I've been going for quite a while. This is going to end up being a long string, and if I take this much time, I'm just going to flip through. I'm not going to explain every single page. I know there's a drawing of Rayman in here somewhere. There's some weird cheapo pogs stuck to this. I don't know where they came from, but coloured all over them, and they're not like good pogs. They're just pogs. Like sometimes I'll just glue pogs to the front of comics and be like, oh, you get free pogs with this comic that no one but myself and maybe a couple friends will read. Yeah, this is just like copies of screenshots from games. There's Rice stuff. I don't think I had the game yet, but I was awaiting it. I think I got it for Christmas at the same time as Sonic 3. I think I got Sonic 3 and Rice Star the same year. There's the Christmas one. There's the Snowman. There's Rayman. That's my one and only childhood drawing of Rayman. I had no idea what the game was like or anything like that. Oh yeah, this one's this Tales comic. I think it was Tales Adventure inspired, but not like the actual UK release. It was like based on screenshots from a magazine, so it was like there's a bunch of Japanese in the screenshots, and I wrote it down here, and like Tails goes to this very stereotypical Asian fox to find out what the Japanese means. Yeah, great. Year release from? These are from '96, so again, like very cheap, nasty pogs that obviously weren't good enough to keep in my collection, so they just ended up glued to the front. There's Lemons. Oh, there's Tails Adventures. So yeah, it says review, and there's like screenshots, like recreations of screenshots. So I was pretty hyped for this game, and then when I did get it, I barely played it. Oh, Maximum magazine. For some reason, I'm just copying an advert for a magazine called Maximum. That was actually a pretty good magazine, if I remember rightly. Did you find out what it actually says? I can't read any of it, so I don't know. It says where you go to the exit. Oh, okay. That's what it says. There's Tails. It's yellow. Cool Spot versus the Killer Tomatoes. Remember that? Remember that film and cartoon? Tiger the Killer Tomatoes. So from Jim. Actually looks quite good. Actually kind of looks like him. Fantasy Zone 3. So I kept making up like sequels and 3D spin-offs to Fantasy Zone, and I'd never played it, and I didn't even know what it was. Like I was just like, oh, it's this character. I drew so much of him, and yet I never played it at the time. It's very peculiar. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Tales Adventure inspired stuff, so this might even be around the time I got that game, because I definitely did get it. I got it from a shop called That's Entertainment in Basildon, if I remember rightly. I think that's where most of my Game Gear games came from. I don't have them anymore, unfortunately. I sold them all to get a Game Boy Pocket, if I remember rightly. I got rid of my entire Game Gear collection for a Game Boy Pocket. Not really sure why I did that. Well, you can probably guess why I did that, because the Game Gear's battery life, but I think I mostly use mine plugged in anyway. There's Batman, Bat-Hog, Mr. Sonic, Batman gear. This one's got nothing in it. A lot of them are just like that. These are all stapled together, but then I just didn't finish drawing them. That Cobra character's still showing up a lot. 50 new Banniks. I see at least 6. And then nothing else in that one. Oh god, special edition Valentine's issue. I think this weird hedgehog here that's supposed to be Sonic as 2 years old. Oh, yeah, it's right there. It's based on this random sticker that I was given in school of just like a hedgehog with hearts in his eyes. And it's like, tomorrow is a special day. And then I drew it and canonicalized it as Sonic as a 2-year-old. And I guess that's what that all is. I'm not reading all that. Oh, there's a James Pond comic. I did actually draw James Pond's. I seem to remember it's some bizarre comic where James Pond kisses a woman, but it turns out to be someone in drag. Yep. That's what happens. Classy. Tails joke page. Oh, those are just taken from the Sonic Jokes book, probably. These look like... This looks like it's all written by my sister, probably. Judging by the posh handwriting. That's not at all my horrible writing. That's unreadable. Ah, Mario teams up with Dynamite Heady. This was actually a pretty... this is like a comic I did quite a bit. So some of these comics, when I was saying about how... last week, when I was saying about... hey there, Elk. When I was saying about... them Sonic 2 patches that Sonic the Comic sent me when my mother photocopied and sent over a bunch of these comics. This was one of them, ironically, like the one with Mario on the cover. But yeah, there's some story where Sonic's fighting cards. Yeah, so it's just Mario and Dynamite Heady. Again, it's all kind of squashed together and you can't really see it properly. That's a trace or eyeball copy of an old Mars commercial. Yeah. Yeah, so like this one, I've still got a big photocopy of it somewhere. But yeah, these were the ones that my mum sent to Sonic the Comic. Was like, look at what my son does, and then they sent me those patches. So that was cool. My mum did a lot of really cool things for me back then. Toy Story coming to a cinema near you, so that was like before it came out. So I was obviously hyped for that, for me to draw it in here. A Pogman video game for the Mega Drive. Yeah, that's one of the levels from Dynamite Heady. It's that one where the floor's like tilting about. I should probably keep an eye on the webcam and make sure that I'm actually like putting this in focus so people can actually see what they're looking at. There's Knack, it's copied from Sonic the Comic, and there's that big mouth again. Roadrunner, Rice Star, there's a load of Tipex on this one for some reason. Rice Star in a new cartoon. Rice Star, whatever. There's Buzz Lightyear. Robotnik's Chock-a-Block game. So this is a game they should actually make. It's a game where you build bandits and then you set up you design the levels to make them as hard for Sonic as possible. I think that's what that was anyway. Yeah, Mega Drive. For some reason it's called Robotnik's Chock-a-Block game. I'm not sure why. Win. That's copied from one of the game books. That's a pretty good Dynamite Heady, I'd say. I'd say that's a pretty good Dynamite Heady. All like pencil colours and a bit of pens, a bit of a mix. So what else is in it? Then more Mr. Nice Guy. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. I think this is the last. The last Dynamite Heady one. He's actually got that power there where I was really into Dynamite Heady. I think that was probably, outside of Sonic 3, that was probably my favourite Mega Drive game at the time, so I drew a lot of it. And then obviously Rice Star starts showing up as well. This is kind of cool, this whole like, he steals the colour, so then there's no colour. I'm not sure where I probably stole that idea from. Oh, that's Bomb from Chaotix. So I didn't have a 32X as a kid, but I believe my cousin had one lying around that he got from a boot sale. I think it might have even been an American one, but they managed to get it working, and I did play quite a bit of Chaotix at his house. So that's where this comic with Bomb on it comes from, I suppose. Yeah, because well, this is clearly all Sonic the Comic inspired, and Bomb never showed up in Sonic the Comic. There's Sonic as a Mega Drive. Yep. It's Dynamite Heady. What's that lemon doing here? I'll bash him. Looks like he's on holiday. Why does Dynamite Heady want to bash in a lemon's face? I don't know. He's like, what's that lemon doing here? I'll bash him. Like, what's that all about? These are very much Sonic the Comic copies, these ones. Sonic's unsmelly car. I think I showed you that last week. The air freshener. That must have been around the time I got it. And left it in the package forever. Ah, nice poster. And lots of blank pages. Bomb again. Ugh, creepy. Let's move on to... What else we got over here? There's hundreds of comics. These are 98, so they're a bit too late. Let's see what else I've got. A wiggle. That's got to blind you. I'm just going to a wig the camera. The lighting here has got very strange because it's kind of getting darker outside. But, yeah. Let me see what else I've got here that is before them ones. This folder here will probably be the best one to move on to. I will better not tilt it right in front of the lamp. It will blind you. Let's see what's in this one. I think this one's mostly... Got to move this. There we go. Back. This microphone's wire is absolutely terrible. Ow. That was hot. How else am I supposed to touch this thing? The only way to touch it is to touch it. And it's hot. See my curly whirly I just left there. Right. This one's got little cutouts of Sonic 3D on the Saturn. It's got a little controller, and then that's like a prototype Saturn, or like a Japanese one, or something. So I want to say this was around the time that I've maybe got a Saturn. Sonic's bad Spike Day. It's a living. Knuckles is laughing his ass off. I might have to take these ones out of the thing so they don't glare on this lamp. That's me, apparently. Yep, I had very big glasses back then. Bomberman. You can't see him, but there's Bomberman in the bottom corner there. There's a lot of Boogerman at this point as well. There's a lot of drawings of Boogerman. I might have to take these ones out. Might be a good idea because there's a lot inside these. As I say, they're glaring, so let's see what else is in here. Because here comes another prediction. Sonic Adventure! Oh, it's not spelt right, but you know, it's close. Actually, I think it is spelt right. Okay. Sonic Adventure 1 for the Mega Drive. So this is me being adamant that they just keep making Mega Drive Sonic games and not Saturn, because I was trying to design my own Sonic game, well, you know, just drawing up mock-ups of Sonic Adventure 1, and then there's also Sonic Adventure 2, and maybe Sonic Adventure 3? And they all plug into each other, of course. It's all just random zones. Supersonic 3D, so a way of playing a Supersonic in Sonic 3D, I guess. That's the level select. It seems to be mostly zones from the old ones. Oh, also, it's in a cartridge, just like Micro Machines one, with like the controller port, so you can have 3 players at the same time. Does that make sense? Just the one though, not 2. Oh yeah, Sonic Adventure 2. There you go, I predicted it. This is Sonic Adventure 2. And if you have a look, you can put Sonic 2 free or 3D into it, and it says if you put in Sonic 2 free and Sonic 3D on top, you can play that. You can play 3 players in that game. So 3-player Sonic 3D. Oh yeah, that'd be great. The big maze. What's that? Oh, this one's pretty cool. It's the Sonic. It's that Sonic 3 poster, but I'm using like spray paint stuff and then cutting it out. So these ones are quite significant. These were my first ever computer drawings. So I guess it was like, I don't know if it was MS Paint or something similar. It was on a Windows 3.1 computer in primary school, if I remember rightly, and I got these printed off. This one's gotten a little bit damaged. I'll take these out actually. I'll just take these out. It won't glare so much. So yeah, first ever computer drawings basically, which is kind of cute. There's one of Espio here, which I must have been very proud of because it's laminated and it's actually spelled correctly there. So I presume someone else typed that. There's Espio. That's a digital one. There's some other ones. The print quality of some of these is pretty bad. Like the colours came out bad, but you know, old printers at the best of times now are not great, let alone 90s ones from 1997. There's a digital Sonic. There's a Tails. What makes me think this wasn't MS Paint is I remember there was this ability to just like paste textures. It kind of just looked like biscuit, but I think it was like some kind of ground texture, and these are like clip art bunnies and yeah, I don't really know what the program was. It was like MS Paint, but it wasn't, if that makes sense. So what would you call, if there was a sequel to Sonic 3D, what would you call it? Would you just call it Sonic 3E? Yeah. Sonic 3E for the Sega Saturn, which full 3D platformer where Sonic throws bombs. Sonic 3E. That makes sense. What we've got here? We've got another one with like some of that spray paint stuff. Again, I think that was in school. See, I've got the Saturn logo almost just right, but it's backwards. So, almost got it. Almost got it right. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. He's quite fat. He's quite tub. But let's see what else is in here. Sonic a bit dizzy. I'm gonna move and see. We're doing everything sideways. This is very professional. Ooh. Don't move the camera like that. Let's move this lamp back a bit. Yeah, it's getting a bit dark in here. It's a bit difficult. I might even try without a lamp. Let's see if I like. Wow, that's really dark. Actually, it might be a bit easier to see, or is it? Nah, that's fine. It is kind of glaring a bit, but we'll go from there. I'm not going to go through everything in here because I think these all kind of tucked away. Some random comics. This looks like it's based on when Sonic and Tails meet in Adventures, and like Tails is a little baby. Clearly what that's inspired by. But as you can see, the comics are getting a bit more involved. You know, actually kind of readable. And there's actually stuff. You actually see what's happening. It's where Sonic keeps all his rings in his little chest. And more than that. He has more than that, honest. What's this one? Oh, this one's Hidden Palace. Hidden Palace Mission. I think most of these are mostly original. So this one's actually based on like the layout of roughly the layout of Hidden Palace Zone in Sonic 3 or Sonic Knuckles. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this one's 100% original. I don't think there's anything in here that's ganked from Sonic the Comic or anything like that, like so many of these things. Oh, of course there's like Sonic Tazos, I guess, because again, just can't. AM2 logo. Was AM2 gonna make a Sonic Pog game, like a Tazo game? Yeah, definitely. Oh, that one's got some famous stuff on it. Buy a Sega from this comic or order by phone. Oh, nice. Mega Drive 2, £100. 32X add-on with Doom game. Oh, nice. Oh, look, it's Doom. That'll be the one and only time I've ever drawn anything to do with Doom until recently. So yeah, this is just like one of those little adverts you'd get in the magazines for like phone in to buy stuff. There's Virtual Cop there. That's pretty good. Yeah. Mega CD, only £100. Sega Saturn, 2 joypads, 3 games, Virtual Cop, Sonic 3D and Virtual Racing, £150. I don't know if these were the actual prices or are these just like prices that I would pay for them. Not that I would pay for them, because I wasn't buying my own stuff back then. This one I recently remade. If you see my Instagram and stuff like that, I actually did a recreation of this one recently. Yeah, just trying to make sure. Oh, there's another digital one there. As you can tell, my spelling hasn't improved any. I hate Dance Hedgehog. Yeah. But yeah, it's another digital one. It's pretty cool. Oh god. Oh no, that's unfortunately worded. That's unfortunately worded right there. But yeah, this was around the time that I had Sonic Jam. So this was around the time I was like, Sonic's Japanese? I just assumed it was American because I'm a dumb child. So I was drawing lots of like, oh look, this is Sonic merchandise from Japan. It's Japanese exclusive Sonic cereal bits. You just like, don't eat in your mouth full, Sonic. Don't like talk with your mouth full. And they came with all these amazing toys. Yeah. Some more insensitive stuff here. Sonic and Knuckles as Indians? I don't know. Why not? The price is right. This is like Sonic merchandise. Oh, some of these are things I actually have, like that toy I've got. And then some of them are just made up, like Japanese basketball hoop. Set of 30 kneecaps. Oh, that's the McDonald's set. That is straight up just the McDonald's toys. And there's that McDonald's Mega Drive toy, so you can tell I've had them a long time because I drew them in here. Yeah, so this is all like 1997, so it was around the time I got a Sega Saturn. So, actually, this might have been before, just before I got a Saturn actually. So another comic with Mac in it. That's seeable. Yeah, it's Knack. Oh, this is more of that Hidden Palace thing, but it's just like Knack smashing them. Oh god! No, it's just like, oh god. God! What do I do with that glass of water? I'll take that. Drink. So this is fun. This is fun. Just going through all these old things. Oh god. Claire just got 10 times worse. Oh, it's because it's... No, it's not much better. So this was around the time Cyber Pets came out, or you know, Tamagotchis. So sure enough, Sonic has Tamagotchis, because of course he has. Oh, I'm going to need more water. I wonder if there's a picture here of what my one looked like. Because I definitely didn't have an official Tamagotchi. I had some kind of, it might even be this one. This like dinosaur egg thing. Alright, come in if you want. And there's just like some weird fake Japanese commercial for a Tamagotchi. Yeah, it's just like Sonic with Tamagotchis. I think that's the one I had. It was like a watch. It was like a little dinosaur. For some reason there's like Mexican Chihuahua one there. I'm not sure why.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Oh, this is... And then there's just some more of this like magazine style stuff, but these are all like fake. Some of these are real cheats, so like all these Sonic CD cheats are the actual cheats. I just wrote them down here, so I had them. But then there's just made up rubbish like Boogerman, if plugged into a 32X and you've also got Road Avenger in the Mega CD, will make something happen. Warning, this cheat can damage the 32X program, so don't bother trying it. What? It's just a lot of rubbish. It's all made up. But these are real ones. These Fetman ones are real because I'm going to be using them a lot. I'm using this page as a reference. And these are clearly just copied from a magazine or something. There's a Boogerman comic. I was really into Boogerman for about 5 minutes because I had the game, so of course I had to be. I had to be infested in every game that I owned in some way because you know I only had a few games a year. Some more Cyber Pet stuff. This is a Boogerman comic. Of course, I gave him a sidekick he didn't have. That's just like a Chihuahua. Can't remember his name.
Oh, is that supposed to be a Chihuahua then?
I think so.
Alright.
Okay, I think so. I don't know. It's just a dog. And then Sonic shows up because I can't go more than 3 pages of drawing without Sonic showing up. So Sonic shows up. I don't know how well that's seeable, but Sonic ends up crashing into the villain. Yeah, and then it ends with Gagaman and Sonic beating each other up. Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to find a good way of setting up the lighting in here because this is glaring too much.
Oh, yeah, I suppose
Kind
it
of.
would be.
It's kind of... And if I turn it off, I don't know if that balances out. I mean, it kind of does actually. I think I'll try it without.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how that looks without. It kind of looks okay actually.
Hmm.
That's a pretty good Death Egg Zone thing. That's probably loosely Sonic the Comic inspired. I think this Miss It Miss Out thing was from a TV show, but I can't remember what it was. But I clearly saw that on TV. It was probably something to do with SMTV Live or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was some random ident or something that I saw. Some more.
Scissor Man.
Versus TV Man. I think that's a remake of the comic I showed you earlier. I think it's just like a... I got to the point... Oh, I didn't even finish it. But I got to the point where I was even like remaking old comics. Yeah, like I do now. I just regurgitate the same old art again. Speaking of weird cheap things, I think I showed this one on Twitter. I think this might be real, but I'm not 100% sure. But this is all to do with like Debug Zone in Sonic 2. Oh, I think I should get me another drink of water or tea or something. So yeah, this one's like how to get hyper tails in Sonic 2, and like they flash different colours. I'll see if I can try and like translate it. I've just done level select, debug mode, and supersonic. I played on Emerald Hill with debug. It is Gem Meal Zone 1. Collected 50 rings and jumped, but Supersonic didn't turn up. Well, half of him. Sonic had spikes of Supersonic, but didn't have yellow skin. Skin? It was blue. Instead, he had stars around him. I think this might actually be a thing that can happen, but I'm not sure about the whole tails being green thing. I'm not sure if that's true or not. Oh, this one's kind of cool. So this one's actually got Princess Sarah. Oh, I think I'll put that light back on actually. A sec. This one's got Princess Sarah from the Sonic OVA on it, and it's also got Knuckles in his hat. But this was long before it came out outside Japan. This is all entirely based on seeing it in seeing the little trailer for it in Sonic Jam. Oh yeah, everyone's favourite character from Sonic the Fighters. You all know his name. Knack the Dunk. That's his name. Yep. Right. So this one is a bit of a story. There's a bit of story to this. So, you know, Sonic CD had those strange hidden images, and there was that one that was like Margin something or other, Margin Sonic. It was just like this creepy faced Sonic. This is how I interpreted it. So this character's called Hedgehog. It's based on that Sonic CD image, but he's got a big moustache, and he's loosely based on the Lollipop Man that was outside my primary school, because he also had a moustache like that. And I think his name was Jeffrey. So that's the story. It's Hedgehog. That's who that is. Some more Pogman. These are something else entirely. Oh, there's a Tails Adventure picture there. I must have had the game at the time, because that's clearly based on the box art. Yeah, it's Tails Adventures. Oh, I've been doing this for almost 2 hours, and I've still got a long way to go. Oh dear. I've been rambling for far too long. For some reason, some bizarre reason, I made an entire strategy guide for a Japanese Game Gear game I didn't even own, but just saw a review of in a magazine called Berlin Wall. It's just an entire strategy guide based on a few screenshots, and obviously it's got Sonic in it, because of course it has. And it's just all these level designs for this game I hadn't even played. Like, I was just going by this one page of like... It kind of resembles that game though, now think about it, because there's also the Mega Drive version called Wanny World, and it's got like an ending and secret characters including Sonic and Bomberman, the multiplayer mode. It's just like a game that I hadn't, again, a game I hadn't played, so I just illustrated what it was instead. Yeah, Hedgehog. He's kind of a recurring character. He shows up in later stuff. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, trying to figure out the floating island where all the zones are, I guess. Oh, these ones are So I didn't want to move on from the Mega Drive and get a Saturn, but by the time I got the Saturn, I didn't want to move on from the Saturn, and I was obsessed with the idea of them continuing the Saturn with like an add-on, which was like, so I made up this controller. It was like a controller with a disk drive in it, and if you plug that into the Sega Saturn, it makes the Sega Saturn more powerful, like somewhere around N64 level maybe. Yeah, there's a picture of it. So it's just like a made up, it's like some kind of weird big round controller. Kind of looks like the 3D pad, but it apparently is both a controller, it for some reason runs the discs. Big boys. Yeah, video game called Big Boys. Yeah, and it was called the RE Saturn. And I've just got all these little fake magazines for the RE Saturn, the Re-Saturn, which are done in the style of the official British Saturn magazine. Like, all the stylings are exact. These drawings are adorable. They get weirder, they get much weirder. So some of the games you could get for the RE Saturn included Tiddlywinks and Piggy Race, which is like a Japan-only game where you race as pigs. And there's some really weird stuff in these, like why Mr. Do? Like Mr. Do Japanese McDonald's toys. It's just like weird. And there's all this stuff about like games that are in development, like a game called Sonic Merchandise that lets you play as Hedgehog. And then there's all this stuff about what's on the demo discs that come with the issues, and then there's strategy guides for games that don't exist, and then there's Sonic Collection, which I guess is just kind of Sonic Jam, but it's not. Here's all the 1998 RE Saturn Sonic games, including Sonic X and Sonic 4 and Sonic 3E. Yeah, Sonic X and Sonic 4 only on the RE Saturn. There you go. They're all done on grid paper for some reason. Yeah, there's a lot of these. There's at least 10 of these, and they're all just like James Bond's 007 official release. Virtual Sonic, as in that video that was in Sonic Jam. There's Mr. Do again. Why Mr. Do? Didn't even play it. Canned titles. Oh, this burns. Look, canned titles. Knights 2. Oof. Oof. Yeah, it's just like, here's some fake USA Striker. I guess it's like, what's it, Striker? There's Piggy Race, and it's like a whole map. I'm like designing whole levels for this game, where you race around as pigs. Oh, I guess this is what Sonic 3E was supposed to be. It was like a full 3D. Basically, that's 3D World in Sonic Jam. I was imagining that as a full game. Like, I was very specifically trying to make this Sonic look like the one in Sonic Jam, and being like, oh, it's a 3D platformer. Based on that, it's got them rocket shoes from Sonic Chaos, Sonic Triple Trouble, surfing level, and you can throw bombs. So you predicted Sega would use the name Sonic Adventures, Sonic X, and Sonic 4. Oh, it gets better. I might have to find that one specifically. Mr. Do 3D. Again, hadn't even played Sonic Mr. Do at that time. There's a lot of fake Japanese in here. There's a lot of, oh look, this game's in Japan only. It's not coming out over here because Sega are weird. Even in this fictionalized world of games that include a sequel to Club Drive on the Jaguar. I don't know why Sega would... Oh, this is good. Sega and Sony joined together. The two best consoles ever, PlayStation and Saturn, are now joining up to make a great console. The Saturn Sony, or whatever it's called, is still in development. And it's just like both consoles are sort of duct taped together. There you can see that. But it's just a Saturn and a Sony just kind of fused together. It's really weird. Sega are turning Japanese. Yeah, about that. So yeah, RE Saturn 2 coming this 1999. So this is a dedicated console, but again, it's basic. All of this was before the Dreamcast was even like a glimmer in my eyes. It didn't even exist yet. There's an Action Man game on the American version of the RE Saturn. That's called the Y Saturn for reasons. Oh, there's that PlayStation Mega Drive. It's got. I predicted the PS1 screen. Look, there's a screen on it. There's some other weird things I predicted that we'll see soon. Where is it? There's a drawing somewhere. If I find it, it's in this folder, I think. Yeah, what was I going with here? There's all kinds of strange stuff. There's like a fake fighting game. There's Sega of Japan. Yeah, there's a lot of these. I'm not going to go through all of these. This is a later one. This is from like 2000 or something. This is like the Sega Kusanagi, which I think was named after the character from Ghost in the Shell. So it plays any Saturn and Dreamcast games, plays DVDs, has all the Dreamcast features, even plays RE Saturn games. Limited production of only 10,000. Why? Play hit games like Fighters Megamix, Virtua Cop 2, Sonic Adventure, Crazy Taxi, Kusanagi only games, Motorade, Le Mans 24, Harley Davidson's, basically all Model 3 games, Gunsmith Cats game. This is much later. We're supposed to be going in chronological order. There's even a RE Saturn modem, like Surf the Net attachment. Yeah, it was going to be a joint console with Nintendo, but then they also talked to Sega at one point. Oh, thank you.
Well, I can put this.
I'll take it.
It's cool. Careful.
Yep. So yeah, this is kind of going a bit off tangent from the Sonic stuff, but this is sort of just like weird, made-up magazines about made-up games, and like their release dates, and the fact that some of them wouldn't come out here. Oh, I love this. Hopefully I can zoom in on this. Rubbish thing of the month, the Rumble Pack on N64, and it's like, got to be careful, and then it shakes so much it falls on the floor and breaks, and it's like, rubbish thing of the month. For the Rumble Pack. Yeah, that'll never take off. The Rumble Pack will never take off. No one will ever want that. It's rubbish. Who would want that? What a load of garbage. What happened to Sonic 4?
Well, it came eventually.
Who wondered whatever happened to Sonic 4? Well, its name is changing to Super Sonic Hedgehog, and it should be coming in September. Oh, okay. And it's just like all these really weird, like anti-Nintendo comics of like some guy literally waddling in like mud with a pig and being like, "Oh, have you seen Diddy Block Racing?" And it's just like this crude black and white awful game. I don't know why I was going through a bit of an anti-Nintendo bias for about 5 minutes there, considering that other comic earlier about like Sonic helping Mario from not getting steamrolled by himself. Is that Crash Bandicoot? No, I don't think it is.
Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, sure. 80. I'm not going to go through all of these because there's a lot of them. And there's loads of weird made-up fighting games. Stuff. Oh, yeah, there's a Virtua Fighter picture here. It's really odd. It's like the manual art from Sonic Jam. Yeah, you know, like the doodles in the Sonic manuals, but as Virtua Fighters. There's Takahashi and Akira and Jackie and stuff. Yeah. So a lot of these drawings, because obviously it was before the internet, most of my knowledge of Sonic came from Sonic Jam. Like, I probably had the Sega Saturn on just to go through the galleries and draw what was in the galleries. Yeah, like reference the pictures in the galleries, including the instruction manuals, the Japanese manuals and all that kind of stuff. It kind of, yeah. I must have had my Sega Saturn on for hours and hours and hours on end while I was eyeballing this stuff. Oh, this is pretty good. Well, good is subjective. There's lots of gibberish made up Japanese on these. So this is a Sonic minigame collection that is cross-compatible with the Game Gear and the Saturn, and for some reason it's like a weird flesh skin colour edition of the Saturn. And this mini game appears to be both Space Invaders and that one Peter Puppy thing from Earthworm Jim 2. I don't know. It's just really random. Oh yeah, there you go. Sonic X. Here it is. Sonic X. Highly original name that will never get used. There's Sonic characters in Bomberman. This must have been around the time I got Saturn Bomberman, because I didn't really play much Bomberman before that point, but when I got Saturn Bomberman I was hooked. Absolutely hooked. There's a lot of fake Japanese on these. Like this one. lots of these. I've got a whole folder of these weird pictures that I did that are all like fake Japanese. So Sonic the Hedgehog spelt correctly in Japanese based on what I saw in Sonic Jam, but then you got Mailman, Sonic the Mailman, Mall Hedgehog, Mail. I spelt it 3 different ways on the same picture.
A couple of speculoos for you.
Ooh, thank you. Speculoos. Can't see it, but it's a biscuit. It's a very tasty biscuit.
Oh yeah, like that. Or is it speculatus they call it in Germany?
I don't know. Oh. This one's quite funny. This makes me very blissfully unaware of something. Here's a budget console that I just made up, and it's called Mega Man. I clearly had no idea who or what Mega Man was. Like, I clearly had never heard of Mega Man at that point. Like, I was blissfully unaware of Mega Man's existence. This one's great. This one's funny. It's just all the characters from Sonic R. So you've got Sonic, you've got Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Robotnik, Egg Robo, Super Sonic, Metal Knuckles, and dumb looking Tails. That's his name. That's his canonical name now. Dumb looking Tails. British biscuits are weird. These are not British. They're German. These are like Sonic R toys from McDonald's that I made up. And then eventually they did actually make a Sonic R set in Burger King. But mine's cooler because there's a Metal Knuckles toy and a dumb looking Sonic. It's dumb looking Tails rather. What else is in here? Oh, these are like later things, including the made up 64-bit Sega handheld. We've got to compete with the Game Boy. What should we call it? Let's call it the Wild Kid. Yeah, it takes cartridges that look just like Game Boy ones. 2.3 inch screen. Yeah, 64-bit thing with an analog stick on it. Huh. Yeah, well that's that folder. I just completely messed that up. Now I've got to tidy that up later. Where is that drawing? There's a specific drawing that predicts something else. It's in here somewhere. Let me look for it. It should be in here somewhere. Basically, I've got a drawing in here somewhere that was like, oh, here's the first pictures of this made-up, like weird Sonic cartoon that's kind of inspired by the Twisted Tales of Felix the Cat. Oh, where is it? It must be tucked away in one of these inserts. Ah, I don't know if I've got it. I've got a digital scan of it somewhere, but I definitely have it in here somewhere. But basically it has a screenshot, or like a drawing, of Sonic turning into a werewolf? Or a werehog, I suppose you could say. I can't find it now though. It is in here though. It's somewhere. It's somewhere amongst all this rubbish. Let's see. Awkward place. You put Tails and dumb looking Tails zipper things. Oh god, yeah. Yes. I almost chose not to mention that. Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate. Ooh. I've got to just take these ones out. This folder, because again, the glare might be in the way. So yeah, Sonic Jam. Getting Sonic Jam and discovering that Sonic is Japanese. Not from Sonic Jam, but I did find out at some point. I think it was a Sonic 3 guidebook mentioning the fact that Sonic Team was from Japan. I was like, what? Sonic's Japanese? And that, in combination with the hidden images in Sonic CD, discovering those for the first time, I was like, man, what if they did like a card series of like Sonic images, and they're all Japanese only, and they all have gobbledygook Japanese that is definitely not Japanese on them. These are from like 97, made in Japan. Yep, these are definitely made in Japan. This one's got Rankles, which was like a contest, like a fake April Fool's contest in the official Sega magazine, where it was like, oh, you need to find Rankles, the porcupine or whatever it was. So there's loads of drawings of him in here. And they all have like this I think that's based on like the margin Sonic thing, I don't know. But yeah, basically these are all like a fake series of Sonic cards, I don't know. And based on those hidden Sonic CD images, it's like, oh, can I do even weirder than that? Because you know, there was like there was the margin Sonic, there was the Batman looking Sonic, there was that weird cutesy one. Oh, there's the new Sonic again, which is badly coloured Sonic. There's Tails eating some spaghetti, and they've all got this stupid fake Japanese on them. But they just get increasingly weird. There's Hedgehog again. Here he is. It's Hedgehog. It looks like he's flipping off a little bit. His stomach's blue. Some of these are just eyeballed straight from those images. I think I actually had to load the pictures up on my Mega CD, do the cheat, just so I could copy these. So I'd have this on the screen for ages on my CRT while I was drawing these copies. So yeah, those pictures are pretty weird, those ones in Sonic CD, but I can do weirder. I can do much weirder, that's not what I mean. How about Sonic the Elephant? There you go, it's Sonic the Elephant. He's climbing up a tree because there's a mouse, and I even tried to spell elephant correctly. Sonic the Elephant. Sonic the Angel. There you go, he's an angel. He's a bunch of weird fake Japanese. Sonic the Chameleon, which, you know, Espio exists, but never mind. He's got a long tongue, he's getting a fly. This one's really bizarre. So this is like the hidden image, and it's like Sonic CD in Chaotix, CD Sonic the Hedgehog, pancake minigame or something. So it's like Sonic, Tails, Rankles, and I think that's supposed to be Ray, Flying Squirrel. They're all being cooked on saucepans, and you throw pancakes on their heads. So this would be like a weird hidden mini game in Chaotix and Sonic CD. I don't know. Oh yeah, it is Ray. It says it right there. So yeah, these got increasingly weird. Some of these like Japanese cards got increasingly weird. Like this one. Yeah. So it's Rankles with his head off, and the reason for this is because I had a little Knuckles figure. I still have it. It's upstairs somewhere. A little Tommy figure that they did in that Sonic and Knuckles set, and the head came off, and I basically just drew that based on that toy with his head off. Added some blood. There's some really bizarre ones. There's this dreadlock Sonic DJing. MC Sonic. Oh boy. This Sonic Jackson. Yeah. It's like Billie Jean era Michael Jackson, I suppose. Yeah. These are very strange. Some of them I actually kind of want to remake because they're so odd. Like, it'd be fun to draw again. As a bat. Vampire bat. Sonic football team. Oh, this is funny. Even faster than Giggs. Like Ryan Giggs, I guess. That's that. Sonic football team, you know, because they use the word football in Japan. In terms of like ones I'd like to try and remake, I actually kind of like this one. Like this sort of jazz singing one. It's kind of stylized in a weird way, and I kind of want to recreate that. I think that'd be cool to attempt again, you know, with the formed hand. Just Tails dizzy. There's that Batman looking Sonic. Some of the pens just sort of like fade away over time. I was mostly, at this time, I was almost exclusively using like Crayola pens. They were like my brand, I guess. Sonic in 60 years. I was a hero when I was a lad. And it's just about the Sonic babies. This one's just Sonic 3 on the Mega Drive, Debug. Yep. Knuckles versus Runkles. Oh boy, again, even weirder. Sonic the Loch Ness Monster. These are just getting increasingly strange. Like, they get very bizarre. Out of tune music opera Sonic. Sega Sonic the... See, I even put Sega Sonic the Boxer. So I'm going by the Japanese naming convention of Sega Sonic. Sonic the Boxer. Tails as a DJ. Oh boy. These are just getting so weird. Sonic the Chicken. The fastest barnyard animal there is. It's hatching. There's a confused horse. And a little piggy. Sonic the Chicken. There you go. Sonic improved by scribbling like garbage on him. DJ Knuckles. Cooking. Even better than Mama. This is so odd. These are so odd. There's so many. They just get increasingly strange. Sumo Sonic. There you go. It's just on a roller coaster. This one I definitely want to remake, and one of these I technically already have. This one I did a Inktober of a couple years ago, and I'm actually planning to do a full colour version of it. And then there's like a referee Robotnik that I kind of want to redraw. I kind of like all these ones of like Robotnik doing different professions. I think they're pretty good. Yeah. It's Supersonic, STC style. It's just Robotnik in bed reading an raw egg magazine. It's just, some of these are a bit more generic than others, I guess. Just like surfing and Tails with a gun. Yeah. Saying Vista Abista, baby. Yep, that's what Arnold Schwarzenegger says. Just some Sonics. This one I also want to recreate, but maybe without rankles on it. It's just like Tails and Sonic playing snooker. Like my dad would play snooker quite a bit when we went out and stuff. So I used to hang around adults playing snooker a lot. So I guess that's what inspired that. I think this one's based on something that was in a magazine. I think that's just eyeballed from a magazine, someone else's art. Sonic the Dead Hog. He is the Dead Hog. And then, as if it wasn't weird enough that I already made them ones, I started remaking them smaller as like little pretzel things. It's just Jeff Hog again. It's just like loads of funny designs, card series, all 100 now. So most of these, again, as I was saying, I was going through the Sonic Jam gallery and just copying them from there, like eyeballing them from there. So I must have heard that. I must have heard that for hours on end, unless I muted the TV, which would be the smart thing to do. But I'm not sure if I did. I was a dumb child. That's like the back of the manuals where they have like that phone line thing. These ones are quite small. Some of these say dreams come true on them as well, because of the band, because they mentioned all that stuff in the So there's loads and loads of these. I'm not going to go through all of them. Sonic and Friends and their babies. Can't wait to see that. So some of these are based on like those early images of Sonic that were in Sonic and Tails of Saturn there. It's quite, there's even more of these. Some of these are original. They're not all just copied. Sonic the Hedgehog in a bath? Do you mind? And they all have this Wonder Free thing on them as well. Wonder Free was like something to do with that first concert with Dreams Come True. That was just on one of the posters that was in Sonic Jam. So I guess that's why. And I had no idea what her name was. I just drew her based on the artwork in Sonic Jam. So I just put question marks. I had no idea who she was. Obviously now we know she's Princess Sarah. But Princess Sarah. Oh god, there's hundreds of these. just loads of... This was just like a weird phase I went through where I was just drawing strange Sonics. I drew that one twice for some reason. It's lots kind of experimental, a lot of experimental stuff. It's like Indigo models. Oh, that's good. Sonic Virtua Cop. It's weird. Knuckles is always wearing that hat now because I was like, whatever this Japanese Sonic cartoon is, it looks really cool. Knuckles has a hat, a cowboy hat. Yeah. That's that is. Yeah. Yeah, I've just made a complete mess of this table and it's going to be very hard to put these all back. But, oh, this one's kind of interesting. This is from 98. So I think I'm basing this on what little I knew about. Special thanks to Sonic CD. Special thanks to Sonic CD, Yuji Naka, Sega Japan, Sega 98. So this is like some kind of... I think I actually filmed this when I had that Tyco video camera. I actually did like a little video involving this. It was like the plot to a Japanese only Sonic film. I don't know, maybe it was inspired by the Sonic OVA trailer. Oh, except it wasn't, because this was based on... These ones here are based on when Sonic Adventure was first revealed. Like, this is like my prediction of the plot. This is Amy tied up. Might get away with this. Sonic will save me. Ooh, I wouldn't say that, Amy. And, oh yeah, see look, that's based on Egg Carrier. So this was just based on the early screenshots, what little we had. Robotnik's Battleship, I guess that's that. Yeah, just all this fake Japanese on everything. These are like little props, rightly. I was gonna actually try and do like a little stop motion thing and like the little spikes pop out. It's like Robotnik's Fortress. I wanted to try and make Sonic movies basically, like with my black and white Tyco video camera that plugs into a VHS and can't actually do stop motion. So yeah, look, little pop up bits there. This does actually resemble the start of Sonic OVA actually, like where Sonic's relaxing on a thing. That was in the trailer, so I guess that's why that's that. And I'm going to have to do some tidying before I move on because I've just made a complete mess of this table. I've just been chucking everything from one end of the table to the other. I'm just going to have to stick them over there. Wow, I didn't think this would take as long as it's taken to get through these. I almost feel like I should do this in 2 parts, but then I don't know. It's not really worth it, is it? Fine. What next? These ones. These seem like around the same era. So this was around the point that I was actually doing these things daily. So there's like a... I might even have to take these out of the folder, I don't know. Or put something weighted on that bit so it stops flapping up. My phone, I guess. This is just like some Japanese things, nothing in it. It's like Sonic R secret characters like Chippy. You could consider Billy Hatcher as Sonic the Chicken Man. Yeah, I suppose you could, yeah. So yeah, these are going back to those comics. Now only 15p. So if anyone wants to take these away from me forever, that's how much they cost. So these are from 98, February 27th. Oh yeah, that'll give you an idea. These were actually done practically daily because they do actually have the exact dates on them. So that's cool. Well, they are quite... oh, okay, I guess they're not every day. This is just like weird puzzles and things. Let's put this a bit closer. You can see it a bit better. Yeah, these are all just kind of like those older ones. Sega Hotline. These get a bit more interesting. There are like stories coming up. Oh god. Speaking of OC characters, here we go. Ura Sonic, who was loosely based on Ura Barn from Fighters Megamix. I don't know why he's got these ridiculous clothes, but he's just kind of like a voodoo doll of Sonic. I think that's how he works. And the Freedom Fighters in this canon of Sonic the Hedgehog include Dynamite Heady, the Scissor Man character. Candy/Honey from Fighting Vipers is just there because I kind of had a crush on that character as a kid. I didn't draw it very well. Yeah, Dynamite Heady's there. Big Boy, the giant walrus or whatever he is. It's just like loads of weird characters. These are just weird comics. Sonic's getting snobbed by Candy there. Nax. Oh, I guess it was Sonic was just Knack all along. I don't know. Comics are strange. Red Hill Zone 98, so we're going back to like Green Hill Zone being on fire. Pac-Man's part of the Freedom Fighters as well. Because of course he is. And the Burning Rangers show up. Because of course they do. Again, game I didn't have as a kid, but I saw it in magazines, so there it is, Burning Rangers. Fighting Vipers, Burning Rangers, Dynamite Heady, Pac-Man, oh my god. Some of them are not drawn well at all. But yeah, I do like that there's all these... Knuckles apparently has a bunch of other echidnas, including this guy with a moustache, that help out as well. Apparently, I can't remember her name, but one of the girls from Burning Rangers thinks Tails is cute. It's concerning. This is just like the Burning Rangers and Sonic putting out a fire. Oh, here we go. Why did... So not only did I not play Fantasy Zone and I made up all these weird, like, fake sequels, I then did this to him, and it's like, he's back, it's Fantasy Zone, but now he's 42 years old, which apparently means he's like 80. He looks about 80 and he like lost a leg. Boo, out of Jake Junk, boo! Why? Why did I suddenly have this issue with Fantasy Zone, this game I had not bloody played? I don't understand. I'm basing it on like a couple screenshots, like that's like one of the bosses from Super Fantasy Zone. Fantasy Zone's awesome. That's me. Scrubbing, whatever. Quest for the Missing Emeralds. So most of these are original stories as far as I know. With this OC character. This guy showed up in my Sonic fan game, Sonic Chodoku. Sonic Chodoku. I did a Let's Play on the channel of it. And yeah, he showed up in that. So he sort of ended up showing up later there. And then he becomes like a Super Sonic called Blood Sonic. Yeah. Release pretty quickly because they're pretty much just random little stories that I made where they're getting the Masters of Emeralds. And then as usual I get to the last part and I don't finish it. I just leave it blank. This happens a lot. April Fool's issue with Burning Rangers and some other made up characters. There's Bean. Oh, he's actually called Bean in this. He's not Knack the Dunk. Oh yeah, here's Hedgehog. He does start showing up in the comics now. He's basically like what's his name? Wes Weasley from Adventures of Sonic. He basically takes the place of Wes Weasley. He just comes along, oh, I want to buy some bargains. I've got power bombs and shields and rings, enough to beat Dr. Robotnik. And there's just some kind of machine. Porker Lewis is in it, but he looks very strange. And there's Bark and Beam. So this must have been around the time Sonic the Fighters was in the Saturn magazine. I was like, oh my god, 4 years of Sonic Mag. Had I been doing this for 4 years? Oh yeah, I guess I would have done at this point. This is all strange, just like a celebration issue of doing this for drawing daily Sonic comics. This one's by a friend of mine. Yeah, some of these are just like, oh, can you do today's issue? Can you draw me an issue? And then I ended up keeping the said issue. I don't know how many drawings I gave out, but I know plenty of friends gave me theirs, or like collaborated on the comic. That's Sonic R level, I think. Yeah. Let's keep moving. Too hot to handle, it's just levels. No, I can't believe I started doing that again. It's so boring. Groove on up. I'm pretty sure that was a song. That was out at the time. As was the style of the time. That honey's got a long nose. These are just levels and not terribly interesting. There's that TV man again. He shows up again. Sonic threatens to take TV man's circuits out. Anyway, he tears his circuits out of his head. It's pretty screwed up. I think this character was in an old comic as well. I think it was just like Alligator Lion. I don't know. I can't remember his name. Again, climax of the story. Pac-Man's eating robots. Everything's kicking off, and then there's just a half a page of nothing because I couldn't be bothered to finish it. Oh, this might be a bit hard to see. This one, the Sonic in the dark on black paper, just Sonic underground. Ooh, yeah. Well, I don't know. You can kind of see it, sort of, kind of, sort of. It's kind of, sort of there. It's just like a. That's kind of cute. Just drawing on black paper and experimenting with lighting. Should have done that more, really. It's actually quite adorable. With all the yellow shading and stuff. I was being experimental. And this one just has a random football sticker glued to the cover. Like free sticker that's stuck to the thing so you can't have it. Also starring Bubble Bobble. Oh yeah, Bubble Bobble. I'm actually drawing them like they should look like now. I've improved in 4 years. Some Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Sonic accidentally breaks Humpty Dumpty and then eats his insides. Nice. Yeah, I know. Sonic finds treasure. Have a great Easter. Yeah, these were roughly done daily as a House of the Dead review. Barely done. Sega United versus Robotnik United. So this is like football related. This one is very, very specifically referencing Sega Worldwide Soccer 98 because I remember there was like when you got a goal in that game, it would go up to the screens and there'd be like weird like videos of guys having a shower and there was like Japanese and rising sun and stuff. So that's what that picture specifically is. I don't know if you can even see it. I would zoom in, but I haven't got the focus on. It'll probably just go all blurry. But it's just Sonic characters playing football. I wasn't really interested in football, but I did like Sega Worldwide Soccer 98. That game was quite fun. Some more random stories. Sonic in Destruction Derby. Sonic jumping off a cliff. Okay. Robotnik getting cut in half. Bubble Bobble. Just have a little bit. There's so many of these. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. This one's got like a little free Hey Arnold flick book that I got out of a cereal box, probably. I don't know if you can even see that. It's just random animation from Hey Arnold. It's just glued to the front of that. So these are my scores for like Saturn games, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, there's a Real Monsters one there. Ha! It's just glued. It's just like glued to the front of these comics, so they're there, I suppose. Sonic's new girlfriend. Ooh. And Sonic actually loves Amy all along. Jokes. These are probably just taken from that Sonic joke book, which I don't own anymore. There's another one of those things where you can buy games. I think this is loosely based on a Sonic comic story, but I think it's mostly drawn from scratch, except for the explosions clearly copied from something, but otherwise it's just Robotnik becoming Sonic. Sails is back! It's Sails! Is he still called Sails? Oh yeah, he is. He is still called Sails. See, issues 31 and 35, 34 and 35. See, I'm called him back. And there's Finger Man, he's back as well. All these old characters are coming back, like 3 years later. Okay. And then it just goes a bit Looney Tunes, Robotnik just smashing into things because he's got Sonic's powers. Game Kids exclusive Mega Sonic movie. Oh yeah, so RE Saturn 2's dead, but now the Game Kid is here. I'm not Wild Kid. So this would have been a handheld that could play Virtua Fighter 3. Nice. Sonic the Japanese series coming to Sega Saturn TV. Yeah, it's the sales again. Maybe I'll redesign this guy, I don't know. I don't know if it's really worth it, let's be honest. It's just me like having nostalgia for my old comics and doing sequels to Z comics. Now random Nickelodeon flip books, yeah. Why not? There's Croc. Again, didn't play the game at the time, but it was in the magazines, so that's all you get of Croc. It's just the one picture. I didn't bother to do that one. This is like harking back to old issues, including a couple I don't own anymore, I think. Next issue is issue 600. It's Sonic as James Bond. So he becomes James Bond. And then there's just blank pages and more fake console news. A review for Sonic R. And then more Aura Sonic. The Voodoo Doll Sonic. I don't think he was really strictly a voodoo doll at this point, but in later comics he became like a voodoo doll. So anytime he attacked himself, it would hurt Sonic? I don't know. I don't know if that works. Blast into the past. There we go. I'm getting all nostalgic for the older stuff. Just 4 years later, how much have improved? Stuff like that. So this is like Sonic Generations. This is like Sonic Generations, but for my comics specifically. So it's Sonic going back into the past and meeting his crude triangle-faced self. And, yeah. That's my cat. That was my cat, Tigger. This is definitely just taken from a Sonic the Comic story that was going on at the time. This is more or less just copied from that. The only difference is Robotnik's design is the old game design and not like the Adventures of Sonic Robotnik that was in Sonic the Comic. But otherwise, this is pretty much just a story that was in there. Almost exact. You can see I'm just copying Richie Delson's artwork there. Yeah, it's just Richie Delson's art, more or less. Just tweaked slightly to have this design of Robotnik instead. It's more or less it's just pretty much a carbon copy of that story. Like I was just copying stories. At this point, just got a bit lazy. And I say lazy, this actually took quite a bit of work, but they were basically just eyeballing a story that already existed. The main difference with this bit that was in the story where like Sonic kept changing dimensions and then Roadrunner and the fish and stuff like that. The only thing I changed here is in one of them he's Mario. And Robotnik's Bowser. But otherwise the story is more or less the same as it was. It's in the game. Sonic hits Europe. This is like fake European versions of this comic. Yeah, sure. Super Sniper Lands, just some levels. Some more made up. Hey Dude 2. I made a 3D sequel to this game from before. I just called him back to all this older stuff in these. Yeah, like Pogo and Suman X on Saturn. Hyper Tetris. A weird thing in Japanese. Oh, here comes Opa Opa again. Scruffy Opa Opa. He's just an idiot for whatever reason. I don't know why. This is the poster. Sonic as James Bond. Are these like little poster mags? Yeah, I guess they are. Ha! I haven't even looked at these ones in years. They're just here. I'm just going through them. Poster mags. Sounds like all fake Japanese again. Like Sonic OVA inspired, I suppose. So, you know, there are hundreds of issues in the UK, but in Japan they're on issue 1205. That's how ahead of the curve they are, Japan. There's a big poster in here. Let's have a look. Let's change that around the camera. Ooh. Oh, that's that Sonic's World thing. You know, I showed you those badges last week, and they were. Yeah, Comic Girls draw my old Sonic. Yeah, it was like Sonic Generations. When I was showing you those Hamley's Sega area badges, I think this must have been around the time I did that. There's even a little thing about what to look out for. Sega World merchandise. Like talking about Sonic merchandise that I was collecting at the time. Ah, this one don't have a poster in it. It's just blank. That's a pity. Let's move on. What's arguably next? Oh, these ones. These are the next ones. I'm just going to plough through these. I don't need to go into too much detail. If something specifically interesting comes up, I will point it out. Otherwise, there are lots. There are a lot of these, so we shall move a bit quicker. But like, I was expecting this to be quite a short one, but it really isn't. Ah, so we're going back to that. It's Big Mouth again. Big Mouth. This folder is packed. I don't think this many were supposed to be squeezed in one thing. These ones, I might have to unpin this so they don't get like torn to pieces. Because, you know, precious items. To be honest, this kind of thing is like, these are just as important to me as like photos, because they make me think of a specific time and they make me think of specific things, like when I stayed at my nan's for a month as a kid and all that kind of stuff. They just kind of bring back those kind of memories in the same way that photos do. And in some cases maybe more so, because like I could go by the exact day what I was doing that day based on what's in these comics. Like I know when I went to Sega World, I know when I did all these specific things because they would be in here. There's some fake letters. Oh, that's good. I'm just straight up admitting. Dear Sonic Mag, UK Sonic Mag, why was issue 607 a story from Sonic the Comic? Well, we copied the Sonic the Comic story because we had no ideas what to do in issue 601. I had no idea what to do, so I was just copying old Sonic the Comic stories. Nice. Quality stuff. Sonic stepping in some poo. Next day, he tries to jump over it and falls in even more poo. Yeah. Or mud, I guess. Puzzle and games. They're never interesting. They're just drawings of levels. This one's got nothing in it. A lot of these just have nothing in them. Oh, look at that. Sonic playing Saturn on a VHS player. What the... So these are videos you can get. Oh, okay. Because one thing I don't have from my childhood that I really wish I still had was all my old VHS tapes of stuff I recorded as a kid from, like, I don't know if I'd want to actually show that stuff mine, but they all got thrown in the bin anyway. So yeah, this is another comic by a friend of mine. Yep. It's by my mate Robert. And it's like Sonic getting sucked into a Saturn and being trapped within Pac-Man or something. You can get Pac-Man on the Saturn, can't you? Probably not. Yeah, and some bubble. And more bubble. It's just levels again. So I definitely had bubble on the Saturn by that point. Artists of the Sonic Future. Oh, it's all friend stuff. It's got their full names. I'll probably just move on. Just Amy Rosie the Rascal. Sounds like Sonic Fighters reference. How to draw Sonic. Oh, here you go. How to draw Sonic. Step 7. Threaten him with a razor, and then he'll just like... He's still got a spike missing though, so it's not even drawn well in that case. Oh, I see. That's like the easy way. So this is how I drew back then. I didn't do construction lines. So this is like the easy way. The easy way, just draw it, and then the hard way, do circles and construction lines, and then threaten him with an eraser. That's straight up just from the Saturn magazine. That's Sega Worldwide Soccer. It's just some football stats. I think, exciting. Some more screenshots in that game. Good to bad. I'm trying to shut that now. Good to bad. So I guess this is just all the characters going evil and Eurocycles. Like, down to it. I wasn't too original when I was a kid either. Yeah. Some of these are alright. That's another Friends comic. Sonic's Life. Sonic games. Are these actual games or are they made up games? I think they are actual games. I think these are all stats. This is all literally just written. This is all written down from Sonic Jam. I'm going by all the information that was on there. So this is just me jotting down everything that was in Sonic Jam just so I've got it on paper. So I don't have to keep booting the game up to look that stuff up. So like I could go on Mastermind and be like, oh, what month did Sonic 3D Blast come out? Sonic Blast come out in Japan. It's like, oh, it came out in then. Yeah, there we go. Bobby, there's that Bobby character again. She's got stretchy arms. Comics are starting to get full colour now, which is nice. Full colour comics. I'm going to be trying to use box art images of Sonic and Tails in an Argus magazine as a reference when trying to draw them. Yeah, definitely a lot of that. Right. Trying to suss out merchandise and stuff. I wonder. I'm going to unpin that again because they're trying to tear. I wonder if all of this, it's like a Sega World merchandise. I wonder if this is actually the prices of the stuff they had in the Sega World's gift shop. Because if it is, I might have just made it up, to be honest. This might have just been made up rubbish. It might actually be. Yeah. Okay, so this is when the Dreamcast got announced. As you can see, there's a Dreamcast. I think I showed these off on the Dreamcast anniversary stream, but here they are again. Dreamcast is coming. There's that. What's the demo? There's the controller. The VMS, as it was called at the time. So, as you can imagine, hyped AF about this console when it actually finally revealed, seeing as I spent the last 3 years dreaming up fake consoles like the Wild Kid and all that kind of stuff. So of course, first thing I do, Sonic 4, only on Dreamcast. It's a 3D platformer. Kind of looks like Mario 64. It even has like the cannons. Yeah. So this starts going a bit Dreamcast mad for a little while. Another one of my Friends comics. Oh, this was an original comic, and it has some Sonic the Comic elements. That was actually kind of cool. It's like, yeah, Sonic comes back from saving Amy from being roboticized, and then he's like always from the side view, and then it turns out he's gone half metal, and then the metal Sonic half of him starts trying to like strangle him, and starts attacking everyone else. I actually thought this was quite a cool story idea. Hedgehog shows up, but then yeah, Metal Sonic starts strangling the Sonic half until he goes into Super Sonic. I'm free, I am. Oh, you can't see that. I'm free, I am. Just random footballer stickers. And then obviously because he's more or less the same as Super Sonic and STC, he gets angry and just smashes the metal side off. And then there's this whole thing where it's like, oh, Robonic's just gonna turn Sonic into a slave, but Sonic just smashes him through a window, Final Fight style, and that's the end of that. So these are all kind of original stories. Sonic's going bungee jumping, because of course he is. And then he finds a giant spring that takes him into space. He gets in the spaceship, puts a space suit on, gets stranded in space with a whole ton of metal. It may as well be the Brotherhood of Metal X. Like, just a big mass of Metal Sonic. And I was really proud of these panels here, as small as they are, of Sonic just having a scrap of about 50 Metal Sonics, and then Knuckles just blows them all up. And then there's a Super Metal Sonic, because why not? Super Metal Sonic. Was I calling them Metal X at this point? Oh, I probably was. Yeah, Super Metal X. Yeah, so I was going by the I was going by the STC names. But yeah, and then I actually bothered to finish these ones. These were actually finished. Super Sonic has a scrap of Super Metal Sonic. Wins. There's some weird alien living inside the Super Metal Sonic and they just strand it in space. And Sonic's like, I'm never going bungee jumping ever again. Another one by a mate. There's a few of these. This was also the time when I was collecting Go-Go's, or I think they're called Crazy Bones as well, but like they were just like little plastic collectible faces. They were kind of like Pogs, but they weren't Pogs, they were like faces. And I had this one that I think was bootleg, I don't think it was an official one, and it was just like this little bone-shaped head, and it had like a little padlock on his nose. I think I got it from a car boot sale. It was definitely a fake one, because they actually got to the point where people were making fake ones for some reason, because people were going mad for them. And there's a story about said Go-Go, and he's like, oh, my nose got locked. No one liked my nose, so they locked it. They put a padlock on it, so Sonic goes to this special stage, finds the right key, and unlocks it, and it rips his nose off. But he feels like a normal Go-Go now, because Go-Go's, I don't think they had noses. That's the story. This is, when I was talking about how I had old home videos, I tried to make stop motion animation with blue tack. And that's what this weird little naked man is. It was a character called Tack Man. It was like my attempt at stop motion animation. Like, yeah, these are actually what the clay models kind of look like as well. So this is my only like documentation of this even happening now, but this was my first attempt at animation, I think, or one of my first attempts at animation. That story was definitely not finished. For some reason I made up a character called Sonic the Dumbo, which is like Sonic but thick. He just shows up, he runs backwards, and he can't count. That's it. That's the plot. Oh, it's Tails as Stone Runner, basically just cribbing on both the Sonic the Comic story and the mask. Because he's got lots of guns. And then it doesn't really finish. And there's I can't remember her name now, the female Fox character, but whatever. This panel is taken straight from the Streets of Rage comic that was in STC, but with Sonic characters instead. That is actually stolen straight from that. There's some just cutouts. Oh, I actually credited Richard Elson for these cutouts. Like, I put Richard Elson's name. Ain't that cute? It's just Slicey Vanix. Sonic's family. Oh my god. He's got a proper, like, pregnant, chavvy mother. A hairy, bearded dad, nephew. Oh, Sonic the Dumbo is apparently his brother? Alright. Of course his grandpa's called Abe. Grandpa Abe, yeah. And he has a pet parrot. Yes. His Uncle Timmy. Alright. His mum is a proper, like, chavvy, like, pregnant mother. That's kind of ridiculous. Faye Fruit, Cadbury's Fingers. Bloody hell. And Sonic is apparently the owner of a Saturn, Mega Drive, Mega CD, and Game Boy. Probably because that's what I had at the time. Oh wow. You were right about that. Beep! Adam, he was wrong about only 4 games for the Saturn this year. Oh, I know what that's in relation to. There was a guy on Live and Kickin', the TV show, like the Saturday morning like variety show. There was this kid that would do like game reviews, and there was this thing he did in there was one episode. It was like, oh, let's talk about the games that are coming out in '98. Well, the Saturn only has 4 games. It's got to be a load of rubbish, and he got slagged off to death and back in the official Saturn magazine. And sure enough, he gets slagged off in here as well. It's a bug comic. There's a remake of that classic Sonic. Leisure Pool, that's what the place was called. And this one's by a friend. Like Sonic getting a Dreamcast and then splatting his face in cake. I think Fun Network was some made-up channel. I was making up channels. I was making up videos. I was just making up a whole thing of rubbish. This is just another Sonic the comic story. That's just redrawn. With the main difference being Amy's a bit more well endowed. I think that's pretty much the only difference. It's all coloured. It's all coloured in with pencils. As you can see, this is pretty much just that story. But Amy has boobs. Yep. This is pretty much just that story. This one comes with a supersonic bookmark. It is literally just that story, just redrawn. You can tell Richard Elson had a big influence on me because I just wanted to draw his comics vertebrae, whatever. I'm reading this. I should be able to get this just over 3 hours, I reckon. This is pretty much just that story. So I've just got some cardboard cutouts, some little cutouts of Saturn games that were coming out, like Shining Force 3. You know, all these games I don't have and probably never will. Another one by a friend of mine. We're getting into like July of '98 now, so we're still over a year before the Dreamcast even comes out. Oh! This is based on that toy I've got. I don't know if I showed you this last week, but I've got like this little figure that's like a mix of Mario and Sonic. It's just like a little purple toy. And I made a whole comic out of it and all his green hair, and then of course it just turned out to be Aura Sonic because it's always Aura Sonic in these stories. So this is that tech demo for the Dreamcast. I got some photocopies of the pages from the Saturn magazine and just coloured them in yellow, and that's basically all that is. I had to go out for Chinese takeaway and had to wait over half an hour to get it. That's okay. The good thing with these live streams is you can come back later. Dreamcast news, Sonic 4 years of wait. Here it is. It's Sonic 4. Speaking of digital artwork that was done in whatever that program was. If it is Sonic the Hedgehog 4, Sonic is purple because the printer is bad. There's clip art bugs being splattered. Super Sonic is playable. The Sega screen involves Sonic squishing flies. And of course, it has an attachment that you put on top of you bolt onto the Dreamcast that lets you play Sonic 3 and Knuckles and 4. Yeah! So that's what Sonic 4 should have been. That's what it should have been. Maybe not so much what this looks like, but I mean that's like a 3D platformer out there, so that's basically Sonic Adventure. For the most part. But imagine that, if there's like an attachment that just let you play Sonic 3 and Knuckles and Sonic 4. And then I suppose Mega Drive games as well? I don't know, I suppose if you put any other Mega Drive game on it, it would just go, no way, no way! Tails using guns before Shadow. Yep. Oh, this is... So this was actually kind of hard to do because this is a comic recreation. It's a bit hard to see, but this is a comic recreation of that Sonic. Oh, what was it called? It was like a short film on Sonic Jam that was like Robotnik becoming Sonic, like wearing a Sonic costume and running around causing havoc. It's basically a comic version of that. So I had to watch that short like 50 times and like just memorize the scenes and then draw them and like roughly draw them. Oh my god. Oh, it's me. Was this my setup? I didn't have a Dreamcast, it wasn't even bloody out yet. I don't know why that's there. And I've got a Sonic 4 poster. There's Dreamcast stuff. I actually have a copy of the Dreamcast tech demo on the floor. And I also apparently have a nosebleed, and I think that might just be some red pen conveniently in the way. My Life by Aaron. Oh my god. There's a photo. There's a photo glued into this using the Pog Maker. It's actually been cut out. Yeah. Ah, so that photo was about a year old when I put it in here, I suppose. So that photo is from '97, I guess. There's like a history of Oh, so this is that catwalk thing, but like remade. You know the one I showed you earlier that my sister drew? It's just that, but remade. Yeah, it's even got the same text. Yeah. Could kill you! And there's still spelling mistakes, even though like my sisters didn't have spelling mistakes. If we want spots, we'll look at a leopard, thanks. And there's that cat ends up getting her own story because reasons. Oh, speaking of Crayola pens, I went through a phase of getting these like stamp pens that were just like eyeballs and hearts and whatever else, and just stamping them all over the place on my drawings. Beyond the limit. I'm pretty sure this is an STC story. Yep, that is straight up an STC story. Just eyeballed. Just word for word. Sonic the Dumbo again, what his name is. Sonic the Dumbo. Rubbish. For some reason, his version of the game has Pogman as Robotnik. And of course it was all a dream. That's basically my bedroom at the time, probably. Let's look on the planets. This looks like it's probably taken from STC because it looks too good, or like too like well written. Ugh, there's a mask. Mask. It's stapled to the page, so unfortunately I can't wear it. What a shame. Spice Mobians. Pretty sure that's. No, I guess that's not based on an STC thing, but it's just Spice Girls. Spice Girls was a thing at the time. As was the style of the time. Sonic Man of the Year, that's it. That's what the show was called. So again, I sure did cut up a lot of STC issues just to do some of this stuff. This is just another story, like a pretty old STC story, just redrawn. I guess it was good practice, just eyeball these things. At least I didn't trace them. At least there's that. Yeah, it's pretty much just that story again. So I'm doing what Sonic the Comic did, I'm just reprinting the stories. Now, these ain't bad copies of what was in them. That's something to do with those weird cards. That's like some Sonic trivia thing. Some original characters and some STC characters. Most of that looks like it's eyeballed from Richard Elson's art. Yeah, this is definitely Richard Elson like copied a lot of this. This is also a story. What's the artist's name? I can't remember the artist who did this stuff, but this is again pretty much just copying the story. Dreamcast news. Fancy Zone Turbo. I suppose I've like gotten out of that weird fat phase of like hating Opa for no reason. And a Hot Wheels game, which is just friggin' McDonald's toys pasted onto some drawings. That's great. There's a Dreamcast bookmark there. Dreamcast, the most powerful console ever. I couldn't spell it, but yeah. Issue 200. Oh, this one was elaborate. There's a Bomberman comic. Bomberman comic. Ugh. It's just the intro. That is pretty much just the intro to Saturn Bomberman, more or less. I was really into Saturn Bomberman at the time. I can imagine. I still am. It's still one of my favourite games of all time. But yeah, that's all just Saturn Bomberman inspired. These ones are in a seal thing. I'll get them out. So we're getting closer to. Well, we're still nowhere near when the Dreamcast actually came out here, but we're getting closer to when Sonic Adventure was revealed, which will obviously change how this stuff works. Because like I was going on about Sonic 4, and it's like, oh, that's been cancelled, probably. So this one, if I remember rightly, this is pretty much just a comic adaptation of an episode of Adventures of Sonic. But I think with this one, I actually cut out and wrote all the speech bubbles separately, and then I put some kind of like acetate or something over the top of it, so it actually kind of looks like like an actual comic, how an actual comic would be made. I don't even know how I came up with the idea for all this, but at least I did it for a while, and then I just kind of gave up. But this is just a comic version of that thing. Oh, next issue, Sonic Adventure Dreamcast news. Oh, okay. Huh. Weird. So is this the one where Sonic Adventure happens? No? I guess not. There's more bug stories, because bugs still relevant. Scissor Man, Knuckles. Didn't see anything about Sonic Adventure. Not yet, anyway. But Sonic Adventure does happen. As you can see, the comics are getting even more elaborate. Getting a bit more magazine-like again. Because I had just about as much fun messing around making all this, like... Oh man, Micro Machines on the Dreamcast. That should have happened with new construction kit and everything. Ah, that should have happened. I don't see anything about Sonic Adventure yet. STC versus UKSM, which I guess is this magazine. Oh boy. Here you go. A fighting game where Sonic and Tails fight Sig and Sag and Pogman. Yeah, there you go. I think this is leading up to Sonic Adventure related stuff. Because like I think Sonic's eyes just turn green over time or something like that. Kind of like what happened in STC, but not exactly. So like he starts slowly becoming Sonic Adventure. Ah, there we go. There's Sonic Adventure. It's starting to show up now. You can see the comics, they're only like a couple pages, but they're definitely getting a bit more involved with like all the pencil shading and all that kind of stuff. Deep Fear, everyone's favourite Saturn game. So yeah, Sonic Adventure revealed. There's my first ever drawing of Big the Cat. There he is. First time I'd ever seen him, I think. So yeah, as I go along with this comic, you'll see Sonic's eyes are slowly going green, like over time. Like they just slowly become green. And obviously getting accustomed to drawing Sonic in this new style was a challenge. Let's just say that. There's Metal Knuckles, as he looked in STC pretty much. Yeah, some of that's very STC copied. Whatever happened to the RE Saturn? Oh, it didn't exist, is what happened. Oh, that's taken from a magazine, but that was like a supposed 64-bit Sega console leak, which I don't think ended up being real. What happened to RE Saturn? It was a load of rubbish. Oh, here we go. Look. No, I think there's something in your eye, kind of greenish. There's nothing going wrong with my eyes. They're not going green. I'm not just becoming Adventure Sonic immediately. Yeah, alright. I have not looked at these ones for a very long time, and I guess South Park is starting to happen now. You're going to start seeing a lot of South Park in some of these. This one doesn't even have like dialogue. It's just, maybe I was going to do the thing where I put cutouts of the text, like dialogue again. Yeah. Whoa, Dreamcast and game, only £395. Whoa, that's actually a lot for an import one, I presume. Pre-order your Japanese Dreamcast now before November 15th. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of money. It actually turned out to be considerably cheaper than that. Has got anything in it? Oh, this one's got Mario in it. Evil Sonic. Mario's in this. Mario's punching Sonic because he destroys his home and nearly killed him. Oh, because a fake Sonic showed up. Lots of Richard Elson copies there. Mario's just getting smacked in the back and he's just like, ooh! Oh, you can't see it. But, ooh! It's dirty. Robo Pit 2. Oh yeah, I predicted Robo Pit 2, which ended up being released years later by friggin' Phoenix Games. An interview with Aaron. Oh boy. Just a load of other stuff. Oh yeah, of course they're going to put Robo Pit 2 on the Dreamcast. Of course they are, because it was a game I liked, so they had to make a Dreamcast sequel to it. Lots of text. I liked just writing nonsense, I think. I liked just writing a load of nonsense. Florida Fun. Oh yeah, so this was Oh wow, so this is actually like a diary of going to Florida in '98. That's amazing. Get ready for the minibus arrives when we finally get on the plane. We had a delay, typical. It took ages to get there. 10 hours in plane. Oh god, yeah, that was a cluster. Yeah, our holiday started badly. Less said about that. But that's them ones. We're getting somewhere. We're getting further. We're getting through these things. There's a lot, and I've just made a big fat mess. I still haven't drunk this tea. Well, actually, we've only got a few left to go. We've only got a few folders left, really. And I didn't show you this one. This one's older. I should probably show you this one. This one's from '97. Yeah, it says it right there. '97. Aaron's Sega Sonic folder. It's got a bunch of Michael Jackson Spice Girls stickers on it. It came out of Smash Hits magazine. I think I've seen this one. A bunch of thrown in stuff. Oh, level guides for the Ren and Stimpy game. Like, I actually went through the game step by step to do those. Let's see what's in here. Oh yeah, there's one of those photocopies. But blown up photocopy of one of my old comics. I got sent to STC, but there's another copy of it, I suppose. So this is just mostly copies of stuff. That is an angry Sonic. That is a really angry Sonic. This is mostly just copies. If I remember rightly, there's nothing terribly exciting in here. It's probably why I just kind of skipped over it. Oh, there's that again. I redrew it. It was so good the first time. Dynamite Heady wanted a deck of lemon. What's he doing here? I'll bash him. Bloody lemon. Yeah, so most of these are just... I think some of these might even be traces. They kind of look like traces, so I'm gonna do well on those. That's me actually trying to draw my Mega Drive and Mega CD, like life drawing of it, I suppose. And all that Mega CD is incredibly skinny. Been to Florida 3 times now. One of those times I met some British girls who vacated there. Oh, cool. I'm trying to remember what this is a copy of, but there was this strange comic in one of the Sega magazines that was like, I don't know if it was official or not, but it was just some bizarre little comic that was it. It might have even been fan art, I don't know, but it was like, oh, Sonic 3 would be set in this prehistoric time or something like that. Yeah, so a lot of these are, they might be traces, to be honest. Oh boy, oh boy, I had a crush on Baby Spice. Emma Bunton. Oh boy, that's still there. Well, there's Uncle Tim and his pet Louis. Louis. Yeah. Original characters do not steal. That's Brutus from STC. There's a mole. You shouldn't be doing that. Smoking. Smoking. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's like pop. Sonic in the 70s. I don't think 70s art looked like that. That's kind of like more... I don't know actually, but it's like kind of pop. That's a life drawing of... Well, I say life drawing, but that's drawn from a... from referencing a plush toy I had and probably still have. That's why his feet are broken. The 3D. These are all Crayola pens if I remember right. I like these pop art ones. They're kind of... Yeah. The idea is cool. These are definitely traces or eyeballs. There's knights. It's one of the few times I drew knights. Emma Bunton was kind of hot, I guess. Yeah, these are not terribly exciting. I think these ones, because there were like loads of different sets of Crayola pens. One of them was like this one that came with 3D glasses, and they were supposed to make drawings pop out somehow. And they came with 3D glasses, so I tried it out. I coloured in this picture, but I think you were supposed to colour them in a certain way to get the depth. So otherwise, it just didn't work. It was just like a sugary mess. I should get some 3D glasses and have a look, see if that works. Most of these are just Sonic the Comic copies. Oh, okay. These straight up have the dates on them, so these are like early 97, I guess. So again, using the 3D Crayola pens, I try to do an effect where the fist and the leg stick out, but otherwise that's just copied from Richard Elson artwork. There's some random comics. There's those stamp pens again. Ooh, a very, very, very pink Robotnik. Oh wow. See, this is what I mean about these drawings giving me a specific idea of what I was doing at the time. Why would I draw Tails at Butlins if I wasn't at Butlins at that time? I must have been at Butlins in February of 1997. That's all I can say. I was at a Butlins holiday resort. It's Spectre, spelt wrong, but that's Spectre. Again, that's just Richard Elson art, but there it is. I think that's what most of these are, to be honest. Random drawings using the 3D Crayolas. There's that weird fan art of like a female tail. These are all just taken from other people's fan art in the comic. Super mad tails. Just got a bunch of stamps on him. I think this is copied from one of those Choose Your Own Adventure books that I showed you last week. Oh wow, these are just like cutouts. Oh, you know what these are from? Specifically that one. I see it. This was when they did that that bank ad campaign. That was like, get a children's like bank account, and then you can get vouchers off Sonic CD and Sonic Chaos and stuff. I think that's what that was for. There were posters for that as well. Knuckles, the big knockout. Oh, he's so big I can't even fit him in the frame. Stop Saturday from there.
Oh.
These ones are all stuck together because they've all got cutouts of STC stuff in them. Most of these are just STC copies, they're not that interesting. Comic Relief.
If I was making any noise back there, sorry about that.
I didn't hear anything, it wouldn't be any noisier than the cars. Yeah, you can always... These were the ones that had like Chubba Chubs in them. They came with like a Chubba Chub, like inside the...
I don't remember them ones.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I might have made it up. These are all just...
I remember how much they absolutely hurt your nose.
Oh god, yeah, they were really painful.
And then...
There's Brotherhood and Metal X getting pooped on by a bird. Not sure why.
Yeah, almost.
Not sure why.
Yeah, a bit like my pyjama top,
And he's
almost.
dropping those at Easter eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, a bird nearly pooped on a bit of my laundry earlier.
Yeah. The Spice Heroes. Knuckles 3D. Use Crayola 3D glasses to see 3D Knuckles. Yeah, I had these pens. They're like Crayola pens that you came with 3D glasses and they were supposed to make the picture pop out. I think it just makes the whole picture just sort of float off the paper slightly. I have to actually get some 3D glasses like the old blue and red ones and see if that actually works. This one... Do you remember the Channel 5 launch with the Spice Girls?
Yes.
That's what that is.
Oh boy.
That's just based on that. Like they're even doing the same poses. It's just Vector, Supersonic, SP8000, Brown Tails, and Sonic. Yeah. Got a lot of these. I didn't think this stream would take as long as it's taken, but it's taken a long time. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 on the Mega Drive. There you go. Available from Virgin Megastores and Sega and Nintendo stores. I know none of that's spelled correctly. So that's pretty cool. That's alright. Is that Rystar?
Yeah.
Starry Stupido. What?
Okay.
I don't know what that is. I did draw Rystar a few times. It's that weird fan character again. Cobra. He's Cobra now, not Cobra, and he's also a tramp now because reasons. These are just STC copies. Oh yeah, this is all to do with the Channel 5 launch. This is all just copied from it.
God.
So this is my only documentation of that happening. It's just me copying the ad campaign of Sonic characters. Because of course.
I think if you type in something like Channel 5 Spice Girls launch or something into YouTube, you might be able to find it.
Should have done it as a two-parter. maybe, but I could probably wrap this up pretty quickly. Yeah, you probably could. That Mega Drive 2 looks pretty good. Tails 3D for the Saturn, I guess. Some comics, which kind of look like ones I already looked at earlier, but there they are. Supersonic turns good. I mean, didn't that happen in STC anyway? There's some Go-Go's, because I was obsessed with Go-Go's for about 5 minutes. Hero of the Year 97. Yeah, I probably could have done this as a two-parter, but I might as well just get through them now. Sonic the Toilet Hog, or Onic the Toilet Hog, or Onic the Bog Hog, as I would like to call him now. Original character, do not steal. He's got a watch. Army Man. And some Japanese. Oh, there's that Sonic 3E again. Japanese commercial for the sequel to Sonic 3D. Sonic 3E. Sonic 3E. Oh, there's Sonic Adventure 3. Sorry, it has Knack in it. I think I had this on a t-shirt. Oh, these are much later. Coming soon on Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure 2 with playable Manic from Sonic Underground, and Sonic Adventure 3 with UFOs. These are later drawings. There's nothing else in there. Those are much later drawings. Problem with doing a second part is the second part would probably be considerably shorter, so I may as well just do them all now. I will go through some of these much quicker, but I think these are all 98. These were, or maybe 99. So a few things happened at this point. Obsessed with South Park, so of course there's a crossover. I think this is based on the Barbra Streisand episode. So it's got Barbra Streisand turning into like a Godzilla kaiju, Mecha Streisand's in it. Robotnik crashes Barbra Streisand's car, and then I think they start dating. What? Robotnik, wait, yeah. And as usual, I didn't finish it. Or I sort of did most of it. There's Mecha Streisand. Sort of predicted the plot of Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh, really? That's interesting, seeing as that was the game after Sonic Adventure 2 and Heroes, I guess. So yeah, this is basically just the Barbra Streisand episode. Supersonic kills Kenny, because of course he does, and then proceeds to destroy Mecha Streisand, and then yeah, she explodes, and then there's a bunch of blank pages. And then it's just that. Yeah. So I was obsessed with South Park at the time because that's when it came out. Sonic TV. I don't think there's anything in this one. Or maybe there's a little bit. Oh, this is when Sky Digital came out. It's like a story about Sky Digital. That's really weird. That's so specific. That is such a specific thing. So you've got Channel 5 launch ad campaigns. There's a nice little picture of Sonic with Dreamcast. That must be when the PAL Dreamcast was revealed by the blue logo. Otherwise, that's a weird coincidence. So there's a massive pile of these here. Most of these are based on Sonic Underground, but also I was buying the Archie comics at the time, so there's a lot of stuff in these that's based on the Archie comics. Oh, this is an original Tornado character called Tristan? Who, if I remember rightly, was named after a bully at high school. So there you go. You know that now. I actually want to use this character again for a game idea. Oh, there's some Game Boy camera printer stuff here, but they're kind of fading away. There's loads of South Park stuff in these, including Kyle kicking a PlayStation, of course he is. Yeah, so these ones are kind of like me trying to shoehorn both Archie Sonic stuff and Sonic Underground into the stories. So Julie Sue shows up, and then after a while I just start eyeballing scenes from the Knuckles comic, which is neither here nor there. There's Sonic in an Arsenal shirt, because that's when Sega was sponsoring Arsenal.
I didn't really care about the actual team or anything. It was just, oh, you got Sonic shirts. That's another remake. I remade that comic 3 times. Huh. And then I remade the Power Rangers one. I didn't exactly improve it that much, it just kind of made it so you could actually read it, I suppose. But otherwise, I kept it mostly the same style. Oh yeah, some of these are... This is a remake of a comic I don't actually own anymore. I don't even have this anymore. It's like a really old one with this character called Bagman. Well, I don't know. Just a bag. I don't know. But that's a remake of that. Oh yeah, these are all just straight up remakes. I didn't even like improve the art much. I just redrew them and made it. Ah, it's a remake of the Sonic Gladiators. I must admit, I completely forgot I did these in the Funhouse comic I showed you earlier. It's a remake. What year are these from? 99. Yeah. Not liking that one. I'll just try to get through these quickly because there's a lot. Loads of Dreamcast stuff. Just mostly text. Yeah. This is just text. Not terribly interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of Sonic Underground in these ones.
Oh yeah.
Because that was around the time it was revealed. Yeah, I think that was literally when it was revealed and I was like, oh my god, Sonic cartoon. It's rubbish. But I'll just draw comics about it anyway, because I've got to take every bit of Sonic I can take. Sonic R2 with playable Big the Cat. It's just Sonic Adventure characters cut and pasted over the top of Sonic R screenshots. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of these. It'll take forever. There's just like copies of like Ken Pender's art in here.
Oh god.
That's unfortunate.
He's gonna sue you now.
Oh yeah, he's going to sue me for copying his original Inkid Meow characters. Yeah, it's just straight up just scenes from the Knuckles comic. Mixture of Sonic Undergrounds. Because, you know, the best of both. The best of the worst, I guess. It's just a combination of both the worst Sonic cartoon and the worst Sonic comics. There you go. Where's the one that's about the solar eclipse? I did a comic about the solar eclipse. What the hell? Just a stamp water? Yeah. Another Crayola pen, I suppose.
Oh yes, dolphins.
Oh, is this when? Oh wow, this is when the South Park movie was due out. That feels like it's come from a newspaper. That's probably cut out from the Sun.
Yeah, most likely.
Most likely. Yeah, these are really aged to a specific time, aren't they? It's like Star Wars Episode 1 references, lots of blank pages. Lots of Game Boy camera printed stuff that's faded away, including screens. I think these are like photos of Sonic Jams, or maybe the video of... Who's she? Name unknown. It's Princess Sarah again. Still didn't know her name at that point. That was just before the VHS came out. I'm trying to find the... These ones are quite a lot of pages. I'm trying to find the Solar Eclipse one. Because again, that's just so specific of that era.
I was going to say, I was trying to look for them in old drawing I did, but I was like, I put it up on Twitter before, but it was supposed to be a drawing of like a cucumber. Oh right. But it looks more like something out of Seaman. Oh. You know, like the caterpillar.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones have Sally on and stuff in them as well, so you can tell. Look at this, it's like in a blister pack. It's got stickers on the front, also starring South Park. Oh, it's elaborate. It's like magazines that actually have things, I guess. Yeah, this one's got Sally Akon on it, so this must have been roughly around the time that I was getting into Archie Sonic, because obviously STC was it wasn't finished, it was still going, but it was getting to its end. A bunch of comics about Kenny. Yeah, there's a lot of South Park in these ones.
I'll just have a quick look for it.
Yeah, of course you can. I think I know which one's the mammalian one. It's a full colour one. It's here somewhere. There's one where Sonic's saving me. Oh, what's this to do with... Oh no, it's something else. I could have sworn there was one where it was like... an alternate dimension version of me called Nora, which was just my name backwards. Where's the? Can't seem to find.
Putting out of order.
I don't know. This is supersonic stuff.
I don't know if
This is all Southend underground stuff. What's that?
That weird cucumber drawing. That looks more like the caterpillar that you feed to Seaman.
So it's Sonic Underground, but it also has Scratch and Grounder, but they're really off model.
It was green, but it had a lot of red tip on it.
I've been kidnapped, been tied up. That's me tied up. Is this the one I'm thinking of? No, guess not. And these are loosely based on SDC stories as well. A little bit. I had a few original characters here that I completely forgot about. This warthog guy that just looks like Pumbaa, and this shark guy. Can't remember their names now. Completely forgot about those characters, but they're more old characters, I guess. Well, I've got one with it on the front cover, but I just don't have the one with it specifically in it. Yeah, so this one's got like the Archie characters in it. So this is like me introducing all those characters from Archie and Saturn into my comics, I guess. Where's the... I want to find... Oh, here's a original character. Oh yeah, look. Sonic Adventure teaser bookmark. Here's a great original character. Mr. Woody. It's just a plank of wood with a Sonic face. Big Mouth's in this again. There he is, Mr. Woody. He's a magician. Intends to cut Sonic in half, I suppose, and I think Sonic Adventure does him in with a chainsaw, like tears him in half. Oh, Robotnik gets married to Big Mouth. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? I suppose. Yeah. Sonic's got the chainsaw. He chops Mr. Woody. Mr. Woody? Was that his name? Chops him in half. This is a plank of wood, and then Robotnik's getting married to this character, and just every other film is in the background. Honest to God, don't know where. Oh, they've got really elaborate, some of these ones. Don't really have the patience to go through them all now, but there's a lot. Well, I've got the one with it on the cover, but I don't think it's the actual specific issue. But yeah, down to the date more or less, this was when the solar eclipse happened. Like, was it worldwide or was it just in the UK? I can't remember. But this isn't the specific issue about it, but I did actually have an issue somewhere here that was everyone just watching the solar eclipse. I already showed that one. I don't know where it's gone though, but it is here somewhere. It's here somewhere. Wild Woody and Sonic crossover. Oh no. Definitely chop him in half. Or just sharpen him until he's gone. So, we're pretty much getting close to the end of these now. There's these kind of big bumper special ones. I think some of these I did while I was in Florida. And they're quite posh. Like, the covers are quite posh anyway. I definitely remember drawing this while I was in Florida. This South Park on the back. Look at this big glittery paper. Christmas 1998 special. It's quite posh. It's like a comic inside a cardboard thing. It's got, and then when you get to the actual comic, it's a full colour thing, I guess. I'll just zoom in a bit. Only £1.55. Wow, they got way more expensive since they were 25p. Yeah, definitely. They're going with the times. But look how much more elaborate this is. Look, it's all shiny. This one's £1.20. This one's cheaper, and it's far more elaborate. It's got like, look at this big elaborate, not at all, just copied from what's his name? Spazonite. Whatever his name is. This one's well posh. well posh. Oh, these are those original characters. What are their names? Oh, Jaws, because of course. I don't know who Rosie is. Groot. Yeah, they ain't got very original names. And yeah, he just pretty much just looks like passwords. Oh, look at that. Old Intel PC or something. Sonic Arm. That's that one. Yeah, very lots. So in the same way I was just eyeballing a lot of Sonic the Comic stuff, I just started eyeballing Archie stuff a lot because it's what I had. Yeah, it's like what I was getting. Deep into 99. Glittery text in this one. Oh, it's more of these OCs. The Not Pumbaa. Anyway, again, as usual, didn't finish it. It just ended. And this is teasing to the big one, Sonic 2000. This is the biggest one I ever made. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. There's a lot of blank pages actually, but this was like the biggest Sonic comic I ever did. It was about 100 pages or so. The 2 fell off, but yeah. Sonic 2000. It's actually got the Mammalian Dome, or the O2 Arena as it's now called, in the background. How much would this one have cost? £4.95 or $6. $6 USA. So yeah, this one I was working on for about a year. This was just like, there's a lot of Game Boy camera stuff in it. Can't really make it out. There's like, I was planning to do an adaptation of Sonic Adventure in it, but I hadn't actually played it at the time, so, or maybe I did, I don't know. But I was basically working on this from 99 till 2000 sometime, around there. This story is legit great. This is actually one of the best ones I've done. Sonic the Cat. Sonic is preparing a chili dog, but a cat spills some cat food in it, and somehow that werewolves him into a little cat, and he starts running around as a little cat. It kind of looks like my cat but blue. Gets chased by a dog. Gets kicked out of a butcher's. Goes home, eats the chili dog, licks the chili dog, and turns back into Sonic, but he's still got a tail. Tail. Yeah, I actually like that one. I actually think that one's cute. I contemplated trying to make a Flash cartoon of it once, back in 2003-ish, 2004-ish. Okay, there's just a lot of blank pages in that one. Yeah, I actually contemplated trying to make a Flash cartoon out of that one, but it never happens. There's a bunch of South Park stuff again. There's almost as much South Park stuff in this as there is Sonic stuff. Some drawings for some friends. There's a Pokemon in there. There's a Bulbasaur. I didn't draw that, but there's a Bulbasaur. There is one page somewhere in one of these where I did actually draw some Pokemon, and I was promising a Sonic Pokemon crossover, but it never happened. Some Chow adventure things. There's a whole story in here about Manic. Oh, here it is. Manic discovering the Chow Garden or something. I'm not sure why it's Manic, but like he just discovers the Chow Garden. And this guy from Sonic Underground's like their ruler.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a big comic that I definitely didn't finish because I just there's Pokemon.
Is it? Oh yeah.
That was one
Ash the Pokemon.
Ash the Pokemon. Ooh, elaborate. Cartman is wearing an Arsenal Sega shirt. Why wouldn't he? Oh, this is actually to do with the Mammalian. This is when the year 2000 struck, so this is them celebrating Pac-Man.
You know, the once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah, when the Mammalian bug.
Oh, you found the
when the Mammalian bug. Oh, that's the cover. I couldn't find the issue that actually had the story in it, but there is actually an issue where they've all just got like shades on and they're all just watching it happen. That's the whole comic, and then they get back to fighting straight after. But this is just a bunch of cutouts of Dreamcast games and like reviews of games I have yet to have played. Let's move these things out of the way. This is all just, as you can see, this comic was far too ambitious. I stapled all this paper together intending to fill it all in, and it never happened. Like most of it didn't happen. so much in here. We still have blank pages. Worth it. Yeah. This is a recreation of a story in Archie. Well, yeah, it's straight up the Archie comic stuff. Cheats for games that don't exist, like Robot Wars on the Dreamcast, which never happened. There was there's Flat Eric stuff in this one somewhere. I just remembered the whole. Oh god, there's loads of stuff with just like Game Boy camera photos, but none of them work. Oh, look at these quality original characters. There they are. Of course the shark's called Jaws, of course he is. And then Canine Stein, he's from Adventures. Oh, there we go, Flat Eric. There he is. Hey, there he is. Flat Eric. I like Flat Eric still. He's cool. I want to get a plush again. The Turd Awards. Worst ad of the year. Blue Water. I was in the supermarket. This ad is about a shopping mall, but the whole ad is just blue. Blue! Okay. Most stupid cartoon ever. Popeye? What? Stupid, 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 stupid. Worst US restaurant ever. Popeyes. There's a pattern here. And for some reason the worst game in the world is Shinobi X? Why? Again, I haven't even played it, so I don't know why that. I just had weird opinions in these things. Oh, here's some old digital art I forgot all about. These were done in MS Paint or something. Probably in high school? No, I wouldn't have been high school yet. I would have still been primary school. 1999. Yeah, I think so. Only printed in black and white, unfortunately, but they were in colour when I did them. Yeah. These funny little MS Paint looking things. I know I used PowerPoint at one point. Oh yeah, there's Sonic the Toilet Hog again. Everyone's favourite. There's Jeffer Hog again. There's loads of like comics that were done in Game Boy printer here, but again they're all fading away, so you can't really see them, which is a shame. And some of them I tried to colour in and draw over, and it didn't work very well. A lot of just cutouts of like Dreamcast screenshots. Yeah, for a thing that was supposed to have lots of comics in it, it doesn't actually have a lot of comics in it. Compared to some of my other stuff, it really doesn't have much in it. Some South Park stuff. Remakes of old comics again. Just constantly regurgitating stuff there. That's that. It's actually kind of a disappointment actually. Most ambitious comic ever? Not really. It's actually a bit of a bummer. I've got like one folder left. One or two folders left. Yeah. We'll get through these ones. This is like later stuff. But oh wait, no. I already showed you that one. What's the one I'm looking for? I'll put it over here. No. What do I do with it? Where did it go? What did I do with that folder? The one that's got the last stuff in it. Ah, here we are. This one. So this is, we're getting into like, I think these are comics I did after that one I just showed you, so. Let's see what's in these ones. That music's still going? Oh yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, Popeye's the restaurant, but also the cartoon. Oh, I think it's just some weird running joke, I don't know. Oh, it might have been that. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I was like, stupidest cartoon ever. I don't know. But the last battle.
Oh god, Popeye Junior.
Eat laser butt ripe. Knuckles just say butt wipe. Amy has a Dreamcast shirt on.
Oh, what a waste of TV scheduling that was.
Yeah. So it was like the final battle of a big mech, and again we're crossing it over with Sonic Generations. So like their mother has been found, and then for some reason like he has to get married to Amy Rose, like against his will, for reasons. I don't know. What year are these? These are 99, late 99. So this was around the time I had the Dreamcast, I think. Knights is there is a Knights comic. I knew I had some more Knights stuff somewhere. Oh, he starts having a nightmare about getting married. And he shows up again because of course he does. It's the voodoo. Urasonic. He's like a voodoo twin or something. He shows up a lot in these comics. And then the boss from Sonic in Nights into Dreams on Christmas nights shows up in his nightmare, and it's just a recreation of that fight, but it's all in like weird blue tones. What is Nights? Whatever it is, Nights will return soon on the Wii. Nights 2 on Dreamcast. Yes, that's gonna happen. That definitely happened. You didn't have to wait years and years and then just get disappointment. Yeah. Dreamcast news. That's a pretty accurate back of the Dreamcast controller. It's literally my old binder there. Yeah, I stole your binder and put my comics in it. Echo returns. At least that's an actual thing. Is that Seaman? What is Seaman? It's in our most wanted, but what is it? Yeah, it's a little fake mention of it. There's another one in here that brings it up at some point.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's probably where I'm like teasing that I was going to do a Pokemon comic, but it never happens. Because it all became Dragon Ball Z instead. Spoilers, but...
Official.
Yeah?
Official.
Off of what? Oh yeah, don't even get started with the spelling mistakes. Even this late on, even in 99, I'm still not spelling anything correctly.
That's right, I wasn't very good at spelling either.
This bedroom Sonic has here is basically what my bedroom was like at the time. Yeah, it's basically just my bedroom, kinda.
God, seeing that being painted up was surreal, wasn't it?
What's that?
Like your bedroom before.
When it was all.
When it was being up for sale.
Not bright blue anymore.
When the house was up for sale.
Tails is sad because Sonic doesn't live with him anymore. Apparently they live together. I don't know.
Well, he moved on.
He moved. Some of the lighting and stuff in this is quite good. I mean, some of this is loosely based on Archie, I think. Kind of. Okay, didn't finish that one. Oh wow, so yeah, again, going back to these comics bring back specific memories. This was a Reebok DMX Trainers contest they did on Sonic Adventure, where you could actually, it was like a little time attack thing. I think there is some documentation online about it, but this is me just basically acknowledging that it exists in comic form, even if it's just one drawing and it's not finished, but... Oh, now we're getting into the... If I remember rightly, this one, where Sonic's got Pokemon pyjamas on. This one is when Sonic's wedding day, and it's just a rip-off of the plot to when Rodney gets married in Only Fools and Horses.
Oh, God.
You know when like he flicks the towel and his like ring gets lost?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's what happens in Fools and Horses, isn't it?
I haven't
like
seen
he goes flick and then like his ring gets lost. It's just that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that episode, but
it's just that in Sonic form. Like they're trying to find the ring, and then I didn't finish it. And then we get to the actual wedding, I suppose. And Sonic's just like reluctantly like, I do whatever. Oh God, he's down there.
Well, this is child marriage.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Like. How I aged them in this, I don't know, I can't remember. Oh yeah, that zip drive that never came out. Oh, so this is Christmas 99, I suppose. Oh, so maybe these are before... Oh, these might be before that 2001. That's cute. Free Pogs in 99, they're still relevant, apparently. Not at all a fad that died years ago. I'm still spamming those freaking Crayola pens, because I still had them lying around years later. What did you get for Christmas? Sonic the movie, that's what I got for Christmas. If I remember rightly. Something about Chow. Yeah, there's nothing in it. DMU. Oh, this is just cutouts from a magazine.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go. Sonic Pokemon crossover. This is totally going to happen one day. It didn't. It never happened. Something else came along and took its place in my interests. As you will see, South Park fighting game. So much South Park. Yeah, here we go. Now we're getting into this sort of Sonic Adventure style ones. So these are straight up adaptations of scenes from Sonic Adventure, but not in the same way that Archie Sonic did it, and not in the same way that STC's done it. These are literally just the cutscenes from Sonic Adventure, just in comic form, like word for word, more or less. And sort of done in a sort of kind of manga-ish style, I guess. There's a lot of Japanese on these ones. So now we're in like issue 800. I know, I do think I cheesed that number at some point. I definitely cheesed that number at some point. I don't know what happened, but I skipped a couple hundred somewhere. So yeah, these are pretty much just Sonic Adventure. And like even these pictures are just Sonic Adventure. There's also some weird like little gags. Oh, Hedgehog shows up. I guess that's the one thing that's different. Like Hedgehog is like working for Robotnik at this point. He's like his weapons guy or something. He like provides the weapons. I guess that's what's going on there. Oh yeah, and this is starting to imply something else. Like, so Dragon Ball Z was on TV at this point, and I was kind of hooked immediately on it, and started immediately applying Dragon Ball Z logic to the comics. So at that point, the egg carrier is shooting its giant laser from Sky Chase, or whatever the level was called, and Sonic, without realising it, does Kaioken. He does the Kaioken thing that Goku does near the start of Dragon Ball Z, and it gets weirder than that, trust me. It gets much stranger as we go on. I kind of like these ones. They're kind of manga-ish. They're pretty faithful. They're more faithful to the game outside of the Dragon Ball Z shit than the official comics were, I suppose. But they start to get a bit strange. Like once the Sonic Adventure stuff stops, anyway. Some of this is taken from the Archie comic, actually. Some of this is just based on that as well. Oh, spoilers! No, these are out of order. Out of order. They're not in here in the right order. You don't want to know what happens. It gets weirder. So this is all the chaos fight. Some of this is my own doing. Some of this is the Archie. Where's the? Oh, okay. Right. So we're getting into. Oh. Speaking of Seaman. Can you see him? It's David Seaman as Seaman, and I think it's very specifically based on something in the Sun or one of the newspapers where David Seaman was talking about eating too many beans and farting a lot. So it's David Seaman as Seaman blowing bubbles out of his ass because he's eating too many beans. Yeah. So, as you probably guessed, Sonic Dragon Ball Z crossover happens. Robotnik goes to... What's Dragon Ball's Earth called? It's just Earth, right? Tries to kill Chi-Chi and Gohan. Some watch out thing. Gohan just smashes the shit out of Robotnik. Goku finally shows up. He looks very off model. Some new Saiyans show up. So, whoa, what's going on with the picture? Whoa, the picture was going all juddery. Ooh, oh god, what's going on? Oh dear. Is it okay now? How long was it doing that? What's the picture? The picture was going a bit funky for me just then, but oh, it's doing it again. Is it wire? Is it too close to? It's probably because it's buried in comics. Oh, that's getting a bit flick. Oh dear, that's a bit worrying. Let me just check that because I'm a little bit concerned. I'm going to move all this stuff out of the way if I can. Find the wire. There it is. I'm getting a little bit worried. Is it all good now?
webcam was starting to getting a bit funky there. Yeah, so these are out of order. These are completely out of order. That's worrying because I really wanted to show you how ridiculous this gets. So yeah, at the time of drawing this, it was just the Saiyan saga that had aired. We haven't even got to the point of what do you call it? We haven't even got to like Frieza or anything like that. And I hadn't read the manga. I was literally watching Dragon Ball Z for the first time on TV and making comics about said events immediately. So this is like two other Saiyans show up. One of them's got 4 arms, completely ignoring Tien being able to do that because I didn't know about it. 2 Saiyans show up on Mobius. For some reason, Bean from Gunsmith Cats makes a cameo. Manic gets murdered. Just immediately murdered by the Saiyan who's got red hair. I think his name was Raz or something. Sonic starts fighting him. Sonic just starts discovering he has Dragon Ball Z powers because of course he does. Of course he does. Proper goes KO Ken or whatever. I mean, I know he can turn Super Sonic, but weirdly enough, he's not turning Super Sonic. He's just, and then he just does a massive Kamehameha and dies. Sonic dies. And guess where he ends up? So it's just the plot of Dragon Ball Z, but with Sonic now. It's just, and then like, oh yeah, Knuckles died as well. Knuckles, Manic, and Sonic end up on King Kai's planet. They train with King Kai. So I'm pretty much drawing this as the anime is happening. I'm recording the episodes off Toonami or Cartoon Network, and pretty much just drawing this. I'm pausing the VHS and just drawing this stuff from. Instead of reading the manga, I'm pausing the anime to draw these pictures. So obviously Sonic, Manic and Knuckles all dead, but they're there. Oh, this cover. Fector's got a Mission Impossible 2 shirt on, and Mighty's got a Kenny. Oh wow, okay. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so when there was, I think it was sometime in 2000 when oh, so apparently Namekians, like Piccolo, lived on Mobius at one point, and there's still one living there somewhere. So the Dragon Balls exist on Mobius, and apparently they're lightning fast at catching bubbles and what's his name, Gregory, because gravity on Mobius is stronger than Earth and King Kai's planet. So yeah, the Chaotix are. What are they doing? Are they they're digging Sonic's grave so they can revive him? Or they're trying to find Dragon Balls? I don't know. I like this cover. Knuckles doing like Tony Hawk stuff. It's kind of got a bit of a Jet Set Radio 5 to it. Oh yeah, so Tails is retrieving the Dragon Balls, which are all conveniently in one place in a volcano. Oh, this is the other Saiyan. I think his name was Quadro, something ridiculous like that. He may as well just be Nappa with a beard. The Mobius version of what's his name? Shenron is actually a unique design, which I was quite pleased with. And I'm doing the Mask thing again. How many times have I referenced the Mask movie in these comics with that shot? I just really like that shot with all the guns. So yeah, the last Namekian dies, I guess that's. Oh wow, that was when we didn't. Ooh, I was doing that again. Ah, is that coming through like the juddery webcam stuff? Because that's really concerning. That should not be doing that. I'm a bit worried. It only seems to. Ugh. Is anyone getting that?
yeah, camera's wigging out. Seems to be okay now though. I think it's whenever I touch the tripod. I think the camera's getting a bit sensitive. You know what? I will be back in 2 seconds. I'll just see if I can do something about it. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if that's helped. I just reconnected it. Hopefully that's okay now. Seems okay. It's like Olympics 2000 going on there. Yeah. And as per usual, built up all this ridiculous story of Dragon Ball Z and Sonic. And it just womp womp. It just ends in nothing. Oh god, this was when the PS2 was revealed, and I'm comparing it to a Licorice All Sort up there. Yeah, hopefully that should be okay now. Yeah, so I drew some covers of where this was going with Knuckles and Sonic taking out Quadro, but that's as far as I got. And I started drawing a Japanese version of one of the covers as well. I don't know how accurate any of that is, probably isn't. So that's pretty much the last of these. That is pretty much the last ones. Sonic Pocket Plus. Oh yeah, these. Yeah. I did like a little pocket comic based on Gamma's story. It's just Gamma's story. I actually really like Gamma's story. I only did the first part though. I don't think I finished. Yeah, no, I didn't finish that either. There's a common pattern here where these comics just don't get finished. Just like everything else I do. If I can find it, there's just one last comic I'll show you, and then we're pretty much done. We've pretty much gone through everything. That's most things. Oh, there's some stuff in here. There's some stuff in here as well. Another attempt. Let's take these ones out. Another attempt at a Sonic animation. Well, it was. I say it was an attempt. It's based on the Sonic, the STC origin story of Sonic. I made backgrounds. I did a credit sequence, which is just like script thanks to Yuji Naka, Nigel Kitchen, Naruto Oshima. So this was 2000 as well, I believe, or 99. I have an animated GIF where I scan these once, but basically I tried to make an intro for a Sonic TV series that was loosely based on the OVA, and it's even got the sort of the text thing going on. Hang on. Put that upside down. There you go. So yeah, there's like attempts at animation here, but there's just not enough frames for it to really be a good animation. But I did scan these in. If you go on my website, animatedaf.co.uk, and I don't know where you'd find it, but somewhere on that website is an animated GIF of these, so you can actually see how well they would have animated, which is not very well at all. But there they are. It's just like attempts at animation, I guess. Like very anime-inspired animation. And I think I've got like all cutouts of different scenes from that. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Little cutout. And they had like little bits of lip sync to go with them. Yeah, all in here somewhere. Yeah. I mentioned these on the Discord once, but at some point I really got into a manga called Gunsmith Cats and an anime as well. Is that in focus? I think so. Yeah, so I started doing, after I did those Sonic Dragon Ball Z comics, I started doing this sort of combo magazine for a very, very, very short while. This was around 2000, yeah, summer 2000. So again, this is continuing the Sonic Adventure stuff, I believe. Yeah, so there's more, yeah, oh, maybe these are earlier. I think these are earlier actually. It's incorporating my Tornado character into Sonic Adventures Tornado, which I guess is cute. So I'll just see. Yeah, these are definitely before. And then there's some Gunsmith Cats comics, but they're all smudged. And we're not here to talk about Gunsmith Cats, we're here to talk about Sonic. Yeah, so these were actually before. These were before the last ones I just showed you, but this is probably why they look the way they look. I can't get them back in. There's another one here. Gunsmith Cats and Sonic. Together at last. But not in a way you would think. Because there's one more comic I want to show you. And that'll probably do it. Because that was like the most ambitious one. And then that was pretty much the last comic I did purely for myself. Without the internet's influence. Before I started doing Manga Gaga and doing like, you know, comics for friends on the internet. This was all stuff I just did for me. This was all just done for my own amusement, nobody else's. And it was especially before like social media, like influence things. Oh yeah, so there's a drawing of one of the Saiyans, Raz. This is all non-Sonic stuff, so I won't dwell on this. No, there is this rather strange comic of Sonic versus Rayman. This is a bit strange. Yeah, this is all later stuff. Well, I say later, it's like 2001. Oh, we're not going into that. That stuff is really on the internet. You know what that is. What did I do with... Basically, I've made a massive mess. Look at this mess. It's everywhere now. Everywhere.
Oh.
I just made a massive, horrible mess. There's a few more in. Ah, here it is. I found the last ones. These are the last ones, and then I'm done. I'm all done for the night. Because I basically got through everything, mostly.
I'm just doing something on my iPad.
Couple more here. This one's just got cutouts about the Dreamcast from some preview British mag thing. Not worth talking about. This one's just like remakes again of old comics. Again, not really drawn much better, or probably spelt better, maybe. Oh, this is the last of the Sonic Adventure adaptations about the obviously Perfect Chaos fight in Super Sonic. I don't know how well this is picking up, but I think this is loosely. Some of this is loosely based on how Archie did it. But most of it's like me just trying to take what Archie did but then make it more like the games, I guess. Super Sonic. And again, Sonic's doing Dragon Ball Z stuff because, yeah. Oh yeah, because this is where it starts, like, where the Saiyans start showing up. So basically, all the Super Saiyan stuff happens, like the Saiyan stuff happens immediately after... I like that Sega Saturn's in space. Yeah. The greatest crossover of all time. Yeah. But not as great as this crossover. Sonic teamed up with Arsenal. Because Sega teamed up with Arsenal, I suppose. I'm self-inserted in it. I'm just there. Sonic goes to Earth. And has Robotnik takes over Man United and turns them all into robots. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's a comic that happened.
Doing that.
And again, I didn't finish it. I just did the end. Yeah, you roboticized all of Man United. So this is. Is it on autofocus again? Oh, that's strange. This is the last, pretty much the last comic. If you've been on the Discord, which I'm pretty sure most of you have, I've already shown you a bunch of scans of this, but this was the most ambitious comic. Again, it wasn't finished, but I got like 99% of the way. There was like a few pages left. I really should have just wrapped it up, but I just didn't know how to end it, so I just didn't. But this is a crossover of Sonic and Gunsmith Cat and Street Fighter, and there isn't really a lot of Street Fighter in it. There's a bit of Street Fighter, I suppose. There's a very bad looking Ryu. Oh, it seems to be on autofocus now for some reason. Now that I've reconnected it. So the plot of this is kind of Sonic the movie, like the actual movie that came out this year, but more violent and more swearing and more stuff. Well, I don't know if there's any swearing. Oh, there's a bit of swearing. So the plot of this is very odd. They have some kind of thing that lets them transport characters from video games into the real world for some reason. But Street Fighter isn't one of them. Street Fighter's not a video game in this canon. It's actually part of the same world as Gunsmith Cats. Yeah, and then they bring Sonic the Hedgehog into the real world so they can very quickly get to New York before a bomb goes off or something. I don't know. Mario's there. This one's very strange. Sonic's brought in and he's like, why am I naked? And it's like, well, you've always been naked. And it's like, oh, that's my pleasure runs. And people have been watching me on my pleasure runs. Just my shoes and gloves, because it's what it gets me off or something, I don't know. So he gets clothes, but just make him look like Bean Bandit. And apparently he's clothes when he was a kid. That makes no sense whatsoever. So yeah, as you can tell, this one very elaborate in terms of like all the pencil shading and stuff. I'm kind of grateful it hasn't smudged the hell back. Probably because there's pen as well, it's kind of balanced it out. But yeah, they go on a bit of a road trip. That kind of reminds me of the Sonic movie a little bit, except like a bit more violence. Like as Hugo, Robotnik gets transported into the real world along with Knack. They have this big car chase / brawl. But apparently Robotnik's flamethrower it's like pixels. If you look down here, you don't really see it, but it's like pixels, so it doesn't actually affect real world cars and stuff. Knack's there. Sonic loses the party, finds a real fox instead of Tails. Robotnik and Knack go to Walmart. They don't understand the concept of money, but Knack just throws some money down that he used to transport a thing to just make money. Robotnik gets this like get up, this cowboy get up. There is actually a bit of swears in this one. What was quite funny about this comic as well is it had a soundtrack. I basically had a bunch of songs that were on like some free Krang CD that I would listen to while I was making this comic, and that was the soundtrack to this comic. It might be even in here somewhere. I think it had like Static X and Alien Ant Farm, Green Day and stuff. It's just like kind of cringy. But this was literally the last comic I did for myself, I'd say. Like, well, not so much for myself, but like the last one I did without having any involvement in the internet, I suppose, before Manga Gaga happened. And I did scan this and put this on Manga Gaga, my old website. But this is the gut. Gives Sonic a tiger uppercut. Chun-Li's there. Sonic pushes a helicopter so it flies really fast. That makes sense. Robotnik teams up with M. Bison, shows Cartman to him. They get to New York. And then it just kind of goes a bit bonkers from here. It's just nuts. Ura Sonic shows up, Shadow, Metal Sonic. Chun-Li and Bison are going to have a fight. Minnie-May and Rally end up in Sonic Adventure 2. Like, somehow. And then just random characters start showing up, like Ray Ayanami, Tom Jones, but two of him. Yes. Spider-Man. Mr. Woody shows up eventually. Sonic's got a Green Day shirt on. His shirt keeps changing, like mid-scene. Like, this is all happening in the same day, but he has different shirts on. I spelled arse wrong. Even then, I was making spelling mistakes. I still do it now. I just can't spell. Oh yeah, Fetter's got a Stack X shirt on. Mr. Woody even references back to the fact that he got chopped in half, but that's apparently Mr. Woody's brother. They all get blown up. And they're about to kick some ass. Oh yeah, here we go. There's actually some stuff about the soundtrack. Static X, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Sick of It All, 28 Days, Queens of the Stone Age. Oh, there's a couple good ones in here. Feeder. I started drawing Alien Ant Farm. His hands on backwards. Oh boy. Yeah, so I had like a soundtrack for this. We're done. A wig. We're done. It only took 4 hours. It took us 4 hours to get through all of those. Oh wow, that autofocus is a bit of a pain. So yeah, that was that. That was all those comics. We went from... I've got to find the first one. We went from... Ooh, where's it gone? We went from that in 1994 to that in 2001. I think it was 2001. And that again, that was kind of like a on and off for a whole year, that comic. That was crazy. And then I started doing Manga Gaga, and then the Sonic stuff just kind of died off. Well, I was still doing like Sonic comics in Manga Gaga, but that's kind of where all this stuff died. Yeah, so thanks for joining us, thanks for joining me for 4 hours of flicking through dumb old comics. That took much longer than I expected. I was hoping to be done in 2.5 hours, but that took 4 hours. That was quite a saga. Strange and Surreal Sonic Comic Saga. Yep, all 800 plus issues of it. Not. There's definitely not 800, but there's probably a couple hundred. Maybe 400, I don't know. But yeah, that was a lot of stuff, but I kind of rushed through it near the end there, but you know, I don't want to dwell on them too much because we'll be here all night. Yeah, that was that stuff. That was Southend of South. I'm trying to point at the logo. It's not happening. Southend of Sonic. There it is. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed that weird tour of stuff. I'm not sure if I've got any other ideas for like video, like live streams like this, Sonic related. But I might do a Pogs one. I might. Not promising anything, but I might do a Pogs one because I have a big Pog folder just down here, and I have a collection of Pogs I drew myself and made with the Pog Maker. And I've still got a Pog Maker, so maybe on the live stream we could make some Pogs. We could actually make some Pogs. And I have Pog the Game, which is like a big board game for Pogs. And we could play... Stage, we could play Pogs!
Oh, yeah.
Let's play Pogs on the internet.
That board game you've got.
Yeah, we can play Pogs on the internet. We will be the only people on the internet that have live streamed playing Pogs. Well, I don't know about that. I know a guy from Giant Bomb had like 10,000 Mortal Kombat Pogs chucked on his head once, but outside of that, I can't think of much Pog-related content. Oh, everything is getting held for review on here. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of Pog-related content on the internet, so... You done? You done? That was a lot. I'm going to finally finish drinking that tea that's gone very cold. Alright, thank you for joining. Yeah, I don't know when we'll be back for a podcast on Monday, and then we're going to do some more Pokemans in the week, and some more Spelunkies, to hell with it, and having a laugh.
and we'll see where we go from there. I've definitely got more live streams I want to prepare. I'm not going to spoil them here just in case they never happen, like the Pog one I just literally mentioned. Basically, don't promise anything on the internet, because if you do, it never happens. That's the law, especially when it comes to Lucky Year. So, yeah, look forward to more semi-regular live streams on the channel. If you've got any other ideas for Southend of Sonic stuff I could do, whether it's Let's Plays of games or other things, we can think of something. I'll think of something, because I want to keep the Southend of Sonic thing going, because people seem to like it and people seem to hang around. Ooh. Saga, yeah. Yeah. Alright, cool. That was that. Bye.